The usual gang of misfits and dope addicts are here.
Because on this day,
Dia de los Muertos,
It's fun to say.
the Day of the Dead. I was just looking up Oingo Boingo Dead Man's Party. The lyric in it, I hear the chauffeur coming to my door, says there's room for maybe,
just one more.
One more, is a reference to The Bus Conductor, a short story by E.F. Benson about a hearse driver, first published in Pall Mall magazine in 1906.
Wow.
The story has been adapted several times, and that's such a cool song, and the horn section and everything about the song just always works for me. But this is kind of odd. The song made many appearances in popular culture. Perhaps best known, and this is terrible, for its appearance in the 1986 film Back to School, where the band performed it live at a party.
yeah, that was part of the movie. Was that for some reason Rodney was able to get Oingo Boingo to perform at this house party.
I don't know if I've ever even seen it, but I
saw it once just for that. I wanted to see
suspect
Oingo
it's
Boingo.
terrible. Yeah, I suspect it's a terrible movie.
It's not good. Not a good movie. But
No.
I went to see Oingo Boingo.
Yeah, you wanted to see the... And then it's been in all kinds of other, TV shows. And
It's
all
all
that.
over the place. And again, it's used for Halloween, but it really should be for Day of the Dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, mainly the cover art and that's what it's...
It's all the calaveras and all that. So
Yeah. So anyway, there you go. It's your...
I just looked it up because it always comes up. The Delta Center first concert,
yes.
and I looked up the date. What? October 23rd, 1991. Here's the little blurb about it in the Deseret News. Los Angeles pop band, I don't think of them as a pop band, but Los Angeles pop band Oingo Boingo, who's played near sellout crowds more than half a dozen times in Utah, had the honor of playing the Delta Center's first ever concert Tuesday night. The quirky 8-member ensemble, which includes a 3-piece brass section, played for more than 2 hours. The show had patrons standing, dancing, singing well into the late hours.
Whoa!
7,000 fans could feel the band's rhythm down to their bones.
That must have been great.
It was great.
Oh, wait, we were there.
Yeah. We introduced the band, remember?
Yeah. Now, who is it that they try to claim sometimes there was the first?
Janet Jackson.
Was it Janet Jackson? Not the first person.
No.
No. Not the first.
This is right in the Deseret News. I'm reading it.
Yeah.
First concert ever.
But I think you'll find another Deseret News story somewhere that says Janet Jackson was the first.
And also memorable day that day. Earlier in that day, I was told I have cancer.
Oh, Carrie Jackson.
Jackson is dead.
Yeah.
Cancer, eh?
You're
Let's get out
thinking
there
a
and
lot
introduce
about
that band.
Dead Man's Party. That
No, that band means a lot to me for many reasons. That being one of them.
Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead. It's in actuality not 1 but 2 days, today and tomorrow, spent in honor of the dead. The first day celebrates infants and children who have died. This is a group which is believed to have a special place in heaven and are referred to as angelitos, little angels. The second day is in honor of adults who have passed away. Now, if you celebrate Dia de los Muertos the right way, you take your lawn chairs and your picnic food and your marigolds and your Day of the Dead. What is it? Panos de los Muertos.
The bread, yeah.
Bread, the Day of the Dead bread.
Well, you take bread and you take food that person really loved.
Yeah. And
also
you go,
chicken fried steak. If it's me, people would
Yes.
bring chicken fried steak to my altar.
That's assuming that that anybody would do that. Yeah. And then you go
Why
and
wouldn't they do that?
You celebrate and you invite the dead to come and party with you. We're here for you. We love you. Come and say hi. Let us feel your spirit. It's sort of kind of a nice way to honor those who have passed.
What food do you want them to bring to your altar?
You just bring a bottle of bourbon.
This is what
Bring a bottle of
Dad would
bourbon and
want.
this is what Dad wanted us to sit here for 2 days and get drunk.
This always reminds me of that movie Coco, which made me bawl like Niagara Falls.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh man, but that's what it's all about. That whole movie is about Day of the Dead and honoring people that have passed and celebrating them. And I
It was
love
a
that
cartoon,
movie.
though. I thought you were supposed to laugh.
There's funny
I
stuff
was
in
kind
it.
of
but-
laughing through it because it's a
Well,
cartoon.
holy cow, that one gutted me.
That was a good one.
Ugh.
Maybe I'll watch it today.
Yeah, that should be a Day of the Dead tradition.
Or that Guillermo del Toro movie, Book of Life. Thank you.
I don't know that movie. Haven't seen it.
It's also animated.
My wife asked me last night what. So I think we're going to go to the cemetery and
Oh,
take food and marigolds and stuff like that. Because as you remember, her mom just
yeah, that wasn't that
recently,
long ago.
And she said, "So, what food would you want to take in honor of your mother?" And and I thought, God, I don't. And then it just popped into my mind, and I think this is probably right, but I'm not sure. Black licorice.
Really?
Yeah,
She loved black licorice?
I think that's where I get my love of. A lot of people don't like black licorice, but I like it a lot.
And it sounds cliche to say, the reason people don't like black licorice a lot is because they've had bad black licorice. If you have really
You've
good
never
black
had mine.
licorice. No, I know I knew you were going to say that, but it's true. We went to Australia, and that was the first place I had ever had really good black licorice, and I loved it.
But see, I'll eat any kind. I've always liked. Growing up, we used to buy those little
Nibs?
Yeah, nibs. That's not
Oh, yeah.
great black, but I loved them.
Those
Black
were good.
licorice.
Yeah, they made your teeth black.
Yeah.
That's funny. We had this conversation yesterday about this. Well, what would you take to your dad's grave? And initially I went, well, it was a chocolate cake that my mom liked. And Sue said, no. He loved cracking walnuts. You should
Oh,
take
that's
him-
a better thing. Yeah.
Take him walnuts. I'm like, oh, yeah. there
Did
we
he
go.
take? I like to take the walnuts, and you put two in your hand, and you can crack them together without using a nutcracker.
Dad was a surgeon when it came to walnut cracking. Seriously, he was able to, because we had the walnut tree out in front of the house, and he would take they were black walnuts, and he would take them and he would spend months before Christmas cracking the walnuts and getting the nut out and getting the meat perfectly shaped, and he would give me a bag of black walnuts every year. And and you look at them and you're like, these are store quality.
Yeah, the black. You can't crack the black walnuts with your hand.
No, those are too hard.
They're really tough. Really tough. Well,
let's get this going.
Okay, I'm all for that. The sooner we get it going, the sooner we can get the hell out of here. 877-602-9696. That would be a phone number. And if you called it,
That is
it
a
would-
phone number.
yeah, it is in fact indisputably a phone number. And if you called it right now, you could speak to us. 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. Happy Dia de los Muertos. Check in with the Radio from Hell show right now. Maybe you're calling from beyond. Maybe you're one of the dead. Call us.
You're welcome to call.
You're on the black phone. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We'll be back after these. X96.
So speaking of TV, I was feeling really down yesterday, and most of this week I felt just kind of down and out of it. And I thought I need some comfort from a TV show. And I thought, oh, damn, you know that Joe Pera show? Joe Pera Talks with You. The first season of
That's
that
very
was
soothing.
it was so gentle and so nice. I thought, I wonder, and lo and behold, I didn't know, but there's now a second season of it available. So I sat down and I watched a couple of episodes. I cannot recommend this show highly enough. It's I think each episode is 15 minutes long, something like
short.
that. The first one, Joe Pera Talks with You about beans, and he builds a bean arch.
A bean arch?
So it's this, and he goes through it and how he does it, and he built this big wire frame that's an archway, and then he's planting beans at the bottom so that they'll climb up all over the
A
archway.
beanstalk? He's working on a beanstalk.
It's Gene. It's a bean arch, specifically. Joe Pera. It's a bean arch, and he said, I don't know how tall I'll make it. Maybe I'll make it tall, just so the beans are dangling down, and you can just barely reach the. It's just so comforting, and
You
so
feel better
sweet.
now
I
after
do.
watching? Okay.
It is so sweet, and I watched 2 of them, and I thought, no, I'm not going to watch any more because I want to watch them. My wife was not around last night; she was off doing roller derby, and so I thought I'm going to rewatch them. They're just, I can't recommend it highly enough. It's on Cartoon. Is this it?
Adult Swim is where I watch it.
Yeah, Adult Swim.
there.
Hey, Joe. Please don't come over here.
Okay.
I'd invite you to join us, Joe. But as you know, each breakfast crew has a delicate balance. Each individual brings something unique to the table, and that makes for great conversation.
I understand.
Let me introduce you around to the boys. There's Jack, our political junkie.
Joe, did you know that 93% of Americans don't approve of murder?
Then there's Jeff, our sports guy.
I missed my son's graduation to watch the U.S. Open on TV.
Tim Rick, he's our Joe Pesci type ballbuster.
So, Joe, how old are you? Your face tells me you're 10, but your bald spot tells me you're 63. So what is it?
It's just that was from the first season, The Breakfast. Joe Pera Talks to You about breakfast.
And where is this?
Adult
available?
Swim.
Adult Swim, Cartoon
And
Network.
I just find it find it on demand, and it's great. It is a great show. Such a sweet, gentle, wonderful guy, Joe.
It's a shame that we couldn't find a place for them before now, but I have learned that people mostly want to watch shows about people, so I tried to respect that. Someday, though, I'll make a program with only trees. Maybe even start my own network. Tree TV. No people, just trees.
That's Joe.
Maybe every now and then we'd show an NBA game, but that's it.
That's it.
I can't be the only one who'd prefer to watch Old Chico, a 9,000-year-old spruce, after reading the news. The downside is that my network won't provide much opportunity for human actors. But as we reassess what is essential, I wonder if actors are. Well, there are definitely 2. Ed Harris and Elizabeth Hurley. Last week, I watched Austin Powers for the first time in 10 years, and it holds up very well. A complete send-up of spy films, and one of the things that makes me laugh most. And Elizabeth Hurley is the perfect straight man to Austin Powers. She's one of the few people who can rein him in, and that is no small feat. Can you imagine if it were only Austin Powers? It would be chaos. A town where all the stoplights are green. Fun to imagine, but in real life, fatal. Also, she's one of the only people in the movie not played by Austin Powers. It's just too bad that in the second film, she turned out to be a fembot.
It's true.
It was distressing to me and made dating hard for a long time.
Dating hard.
Not the robot part. Just imagine falling for someone who then tried to kill you. But instead of going down that path,
It's
why don't I give you?
he has a girlfriend in this second season now. He's a school teacher, middle school teacher, choir and band. I think is what he teaches, the choir.
So is this like voiceover, just scenery,
No.
or do you see him
Well,
talk?
this is-
Oh no.
Oh.
This one is. This is an Adult Swim special called "Relaxing Old Footage" with Joe Pera,
Yeah, that's
and it's just stock footage of forests
Yeah.
and things like that with him talking. He is a stand-up. That is a character. I hate to break it to you, Bill.
yeah. No, and I've seen him do some stand up, and he does his stand up as that same character.
He does the character.
But he has all of these wonderful non-actor actors in Joe Pera Talks with You, like those people in the
Every year
Breakfast
on
Club.
Valentine's Day, a lot of people will wear red to be festive, but I instead wear black out of respect for all the ladies' hearts I've broken with this smile.
That's his stand up.
Anyway,
And you'll love it. He's just it's slow and soothing and really funny.
yep.
Well, that was just disrespectful.
6:24. Let's get this over with.
All right, we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696 on this Dia de los Muertos. Perhaps we'll hear from the great beyond. We'll hear from the dead. This is Day of the Dead, after all, for death is no more than a turning us over from time to eternity. Gina?
Brought to you by University of Utah Health Plans. They provide medical and pharmacy services that meet you right where you are. Enroll today at uofuhealthplans.org.
The moon is 15.3% of full, a waning crescent moon. That's what it is. It will set today at 5:02 p.m., today being Monday. It's the first day of November in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. And this is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. That's Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer in the studio. And I see she's brought, Katie, you brought your daughter to work today. I see in the background there, isn't that? No?
The ghost?
Oh, it's a ghost.
Yeah, it's
I thought it was.
for Day of the Dead.
She didn't even know what I was talking about. She's going, huh? What?
Well, that's
it's
been
been
there for a while.
a long time. So.
I'm also incredibly tired this morning.
I have not really noticed that ghost. It must be the camera angle today.
Did you have a late Halloween experience, Katie? Were you up Halloweening?
You know, Halloweening. I had trick-or-treaters for the first time in 2 years at my apartment complex yesterday.
Wow.
So that was a shock. But no, I painted a board with my girlfriend Shelby that's in my neighborhood, and we watched
Painted a board.
movies.
What are you going to do on Halloween?
it's
Well,
like
I'm going to go paint a board.
It's a Halloween board, so it has a pumpkin. It's a wood board. It has a pumpkin on the top, and we saved them to paint yesterday, apparently.
Go paint a board, Katie.
I did. It looks cool.
And Cameron Diaz and Miriam are helping out in the producer's booth. I had 2 trick-or-treaters, 2 on Saturday, 0 on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
My kids, my daughter went out trick-or-treating on Sunday.
Oh, how'd she do?
I don't know. I haven't spoken to her.
I had a few on Saturday, and Muhammad went trick-or-treating on Saturday. And I had a few last night, too. But I answered the door a couple of times, and then I just stuck the bowl out there, and it was fairly empty.
That's why I'm curious as to see how the kids did on Sunday night, because I saw that discussion on Twitter. And it was becoming an us versus them thing. And I'm like, no, it's not an us versus them thing. It's a Sunday school night, thing. It's got nothing to do with religion. It has everything to do with...
That school night thing does not hold any water, though.
It doesn't?
No, because Halloween, if it's on a Monday, the next day is school.
Yeah,
if it's on Tuesday, the next day is school.
Well, but that leads to my bigger discussion. And if you vote for me for president, this will happen. We will just have Saturday night, the last night of October, be Halloween.
That should be the case.
You know,
I agree.
And yeah, maybe the 31st, whatever, it happens on whatever day, but the celebration happens on the Saturday night.
I would be game for that.
You know, and that's not an us versus them. That's just strictly a let's have a good time with Halloween thing.
Shall we go to our heavenly phone line and see if anyone's calling us from beyond?
Let's see. We have Adam is on the phone. Hello, Adam.
Adam calling us from the great beyond. Good morning, Adam.
Not quite yet from the beyond. So, Gina, I just wanted to let you know I would bring you a plate of chicken fried steak to your grave.
God bless you, Adam. I knew I could
But
count
it would
on
be
Adam.
smothered in white gravy with hot sauce.
Okay.
That's
all right.
the best.
Does that
I could do
does that
that.
ruin it for you?
No, I could do that.
Okay.
I'm not going to look a gift chicken fried steak in the mouth.
She will sink her ghostly chompers right into it. Oh.
There you go.
All right, Adam. Thanks for calling from the great beyond.
You're welcome. Have a
All
good
right. Let's go to Garbage Gus. Hello, Garbage Gus.
Gus.
Hello.
Hi, Gus.
Hey,
What portion of the beyond are you calling from?
I'm calling from the great beyond of COVID as a survivor.
You had COVID?
I did. I was diagnosed last week, and I was vaccinated, so I was okay. But definitely, I've completely lost my sense of smell and quite a bit of my taste.
Well, being a garbage man, that's maybe a good thing.
It is a good thing, right?
All right, you're on the mend, though? You're feeling better?
Yes, I'm feeling a lot better. I'm actually I am at work. I'm just self-quarantining in my truck.
Well, I was going to ask you.
For a living.
I don't know how you caught it with your isolated job.
Maybe he caught it from garbage.
That's children, Carrie. Children ruin everything.
They
Dirty,
do.
dirty children.
I've tried to warn you all, but you won't listen. All right.
Well, glad you're feeling better.
Fluids,
I am,
Gus.
and please get vaccinated. It's very real. So.
Yes.
Thanks, Gus.
Fluids,
All
Gus.
right, thank you.
All right. Let's see. I'm not dead, but I sure feel like it. Please leave a 30-pound bag of sugar on my altar. All right. Thank you, texters. Thank you, Shasta. Let's see. Okay.
I'm going to go cut myself a slice of pan de muertos, bread of the dead.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
The only thing I'm seeing from UDOT is a crash northbound I-15 at Pleasant Grove Boulevard off-ramp off to the right shoulder. If you see something, you can text us 33986, and I'll pass it along to friends of the program. With proof of service, all veterans, active duty military as well, receive a free Jiffy Lube signature service oil change on Veterans Day. It's up to a 5-quart conventional oil service.
Oh,
I need some butter de muertos to go with my pan de muertos.
We will take a break. We will be back. Big Boy News, Opinioendo, and Sports with Amy Donaldson, all in the next break. After these, X96.
Farting is far from just a human problem. Animals fart too.
Well, yes. If they have digestive systems, it'll happen.
As the Washington Post reported,
there's a new hashtag making the rounds through the science Twitterverse. Hashtag DoesItFart, which, as you may have guessed, is here to answer any and all questions about which animals are capable of passing gas.
Well, I would say just
Not
about
all.
any.
No, not all.
Really?
Yeah,
It's part
there's a
of
spreadsheet.
digestion. If you digest.
Which animals cut the cheese? Well,
Okay, I don't know which ones do. I want to know the ones that don't.
tons do, of course. Bats, rats, all that.
Mm-hmm.
The bigger they are, the harder they fart.
Of course.
Bear farts are horrible.
Rats, zebras, bearded dragons are among the creatures that fart. Birds, on the other hand, do not seem to pass gas. Birds.
That actually kind of makes sense.
But they could, let's see, marine invertebrates.
So you should eat like a bird so you don't fart?
Oysters, mussels,
Well,
crabs.
how would they fart?
I don't know.
They don't have a bum.
Well, they eliminate waste.
She said in the most scientific way possible.
They eliminate waste. They take in nutrients and eliminate waste. The hashtag has a purpose beyond making scientists giggle at their own handiwork. The paper explained whether or not a given animal farts is apparently a question that zoo employees often receive from kids who come to the zoo.
Well, yeah.
They ask the questions.
Kids would ask that.
If a little scatological humor keeps kids interested in biology, well, everybody wins. And if the hashtag DoesItFart has you jonesing for more internet things at the intersection of animals and potty humor, there's always... no, I don't think I can say that one. It's about animals with the weirdest genitalia. Okay.
Now, here's someone who's saying that birds fart because they've heard their cockatiel fart. I don't think you have.
What have you
maybe
heard
it's just
then?
making
I
a fart
think you've
sound.
heard it making a fart sound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're mimicking you,
Probably
maybe?
imitating you
Yeah.
farting.
Yeah.
My little daughter, who is 4, she takes amusement in her father's flatulence. You know,
Is this a daily occurrence?
Oh God, yes. You know, and I use the dumb old dad jokes of, you know, it's a farting or it's a barking spider.
Barking spider.
And she'll always go, "It's not a barking spider, Dad. That's a foding spider."
My dad
Foding
always said it was a buck snort.
Buck. Oh, what the try. Or sometimes I'll say that bear's been following us around, or did somebody step on a duck?
Yeah.
This is the other one.
Hear that? Buck snort.
Yeah. She likes the duck one too. But she also is occasionally flatulent. And I was lying on her bed with her, reading her a story, as I do fairly often, before she went to bed, and she just ripped.
She ripped a good one, huh?
Just ripped one.
Daddy's little girl.
Yeah. And I
So
said,
like us.
I
learned
said-
it from watching you.
I said, "Honey, that man, that was."
Did you high five her?
High five.
That was a loud one. And she said, "It sounded like a door closing."
She means like the creak of the door.
And I said, "It did kind of." And she said, "A door with rusty hinges." Ouch! I just thought that was.
She's creative.
I thought that was the best.
You know, our children are learning from you.
So now it's just, you know, hey, did somebody close a door with rusty hinges?
Somebody oil those hinges.
I don't. I just thought that was the best. A door.
Get
with
some
a
3-in-1
rusty
oil on those hinges.
So that was it. It's just one of those kids say the darndest
They
things.
sure do.
You know.
Okay, let's see. It's 6:37. We got Sports with Amy Donaldson coming up right after this. Big Boy News and Opinionuendo brought to you by.
Save at the Honda Certified Dream Deal sales event with 0.99% financing on certified pre-owned Hondas. Go to UtahHondaDealers.com.
I admit to being woefully ignorant of certain things on social media, like memes and things like that. And my wife, as I was going to bed last night, said, "Oh, look at the Steve Buscemi. He's dressed up as his own meme." And I said,
so
"What?
Cute.
What do you mean his own meme? What is he? You don't know his meme? You don't know that meme that he? No, I don't. I really didn't know. I don't know. I looked at it today, and I still don't quite know what it was. But beloved actor, it says here, and he is really.
Yeah,
of course. Steve Buscemi handed out candy from a Park Slope stoop. I believe Park Slope is in Brooklyn.
Yes.
To trick-or-treaters on Sunday night, dressed up as one of his TV characters that's now a popular internet meme.
Yeah.
Apparently this was on 30 Rock at some point.
Yes, I
where it
think it
came
was
from?
one of those fake shows that they would do on 30 Rock, and it was him undercover in high school as a teen. It was like 21 Jump Street. See, but it was Steve Buscemi, and he
Carrying
had
a skateboard, and
he had a T-shirt that was the AC/DC logo font, but it said Rock Band on it or something like
Music
that. Music Band, that's it. And the lightning bolt, and it was, "Hello, fellow teens."
wore a red tracksuit, backwards cap, carried a skateboard, matching the outfit from his character in 30 Rock. His character, who failed miserably in an attempt to.
It's very.
I mean, I'm sorry I haven't seen it because it sounds hilarious.
Yeah. It's very funny.
Blend in with high school students. It's funny, and I haven't even seen it. Sparked an internet meme that's used to poke fun at people trying and failing to relate to the younger generation. Brooklyn trick-or-treaters were shocked to see him back in his native borough, but there he was, sitting on the stoop with a bowl of candy, and he said, I just thought it would be fun to do, and somebody said, I was trick-or-treating with my friends, and we weren't sure whether it was him or not, and it was. She said this one young woman said she recognized him from his show Miracle Workers, which apparently is still on.
Yeah, that's what I'm told.
Not enough people watch. I watched the first season of it, which was great, and then for some reason I have not kept up with it because I guess Miracle Workers changes stories. Each season. This is the third season, and there's a different story. It doesn't.
Here's the 30 Rock scene. Yeah. Let's see here.
So you got mugged, huh, Mr. Donaghy? And you caught.
Oh, hang on. Just take a second.
Okay.
Hang on.
I'm
Just take a second.
I'm right here. I'm ready.
All right. There we go.
I'm ready to enjoy.
Commissioner Kelly and I are friends. We have competing columns in Irish Arguments Weekly, America's only all-caps magazine. But Ray hasn't returned my phone call, and I know that you were once a police officer.
I was part of a special task force of very young-looking cops who infiltrated high schools. How do you do, fellow kids?
What?
So I'm glad you called me, Mr.
That's all it
Donaghy.
is.
That's all it is.
What? How do you do, fellow kids? All right, let's move on, shall we? We've had a laugh now.
Oh, does that mean that all the fun's
Yeah.
over? We're ready? Okay.
COVID deaths from the virus have surpassed in the world 5 million, according to data released from Johns Hopkins University's coronavirus tracker. 5 million. Oh, no, that can't possibly be. That couldn't possibly be. 5 million. This is a government conspiracy.
Well, it depends on how you count a COVID death, Bill. You know, a lot of those people died from heart attacks and stuff that were brought on by COVID.
The U.S. continues to lead the world. We're number one with the number of confirmed deaths from the virus, where more than 745,800 people have died from COVID-19. Brazil, with more than 607,000 deaths, and India, more than 450,000 deaths, follow the U.S. in the number of lives lost since the start of the pandemic. Yet another tragic milestone of the pandemic comes just as the U.S. prepares to start vaccinating children between the ages of 5 and 11, which is very important because a Utah doctor here, many Utahns have been sold a bill of goods about the impact of COVID on children, believing they can't be hurt by the virus. This is according to a pediatric infectious disease doctor at IHC. Children are really suffering from COVID-19, says Dr. Andrew Pavia, director of the Division of Pediatric Infections and
Infectious
Infectious
I've heard
Diseases.
from some of our local politicians.
So this is at University of Utah Health, not IHC. Pavia said the highly contagious Delta variant of the virus that sparked a spike in cases in Utah and the rest of the country starting last summer has infected 23,000 Utah children since August, including more than 10,000 who are 5 to 11 years old and soon will be eligible for the vaccine. This represents more than the entire school year last year, said Dr. Pavia, adding, it's really important as we get closer and closer to giving the vaccine or having the vaccine out for people to understand that children ages 5 to 10 can get really sick with COVID. And if they don't get really sick, their lives, and even if they don't get really sick, their lives are still disrupted by it. And then we should also point out, they'll bring it home to grandpa and grandma and kill them.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, what does this doctor know, though? I'll bet our state legislature knows better.
Let's see. So a couple of years ago, here in Utah, we got rid of mandatory vehicle safety inspections.
Gee, what could the possible repercussions of that be, I wonder?
Senate Minority Leader Karen Maine is considering a bill to reinstate mandatory vehicle safety inspections, at least for tires and brakes.
People will do the right thing, Bill. They'll go out and get new tires and brakes as soon as they need them. They won't wait till they're in an accident or have a blowout on the highway before they fix it.
I've had people reach out to me and say, we need to do something. People need to take care of their vehicles.
Yeah.
They are a weapon, and if they're not taken care of, well, then it's dangerous, she said. Maine, who is a Democrat from West Valley, recently asked the Utah Highway Patrol to present some data to the Utah State Legislature's Transportation Interim Committee about crashes and vehicle safety, since lawmakers eliminated the inspection requirement for personal vehicles in it's been since as long ago as 2017. Emissions inspections do remain, but the UHP reported no significant jump in crashes as a result of faulty equipment. We haven't measured a significant difference since the change, said UHP Colonel Mike Rapich. Well, that data is not doing Karen Maine's argument any good, is it? The data presented by the UHP found the number of safety inspections plummeted from nearly 1.9 million in 2017, went way down and kept going down and down and down and down. But of the accidents troopers investigated, they noted only a slight increase where faulty equipment was documented as a contributor to the crash. The Supreme Court is going to hear arguments on the Texas abortion law.
Yep.
Today or tomorrow. So
starting today at 8.
Say goodbye to Roe versus Wade. So long, free or safe, easily accessible abortions in the United States. Say so long. The law, which went into effect on September 1st, the Texas law, which curtailed pretty much every abortion in the state of Texas, it went into effect on September 1st after the court declined to block it in a bitterly divided 5-4 decision. It was drafted to evade review in federal court, a goal that the state has so far achieved. The law, which bans most abortions after about 6 weeks, 6 weeks when a woman probably doesn't even know she's pregnant, and includes no exceptions for pregnancies resulting from rape or incest, has caused clinics in the state to just turn away most women seeking the procedure. There's little question that the ban itself is unconstitutional under two key Supreme Court precedences, Roe versus Wade in 73 and Planned Parenthood versus Casey in 92. Those rulings prohibit states from barring abortions before fetal viability, or about 23 weeks. But the question then becomes whether abortion providers and the Biden administration are entitled to challenge the law in federal court. Officials in Texas say that the novel structure of the law, known as Senate Bill 8, forbids those challenges. And
it was written with that in mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's written so that the state isn't enforcing this. It's this
regular
whole
people
vigilante thing that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have no control over that. Well, you do. You do have control over that.
Well, if the Supreme Court upholds it, then pretty much every state most states are going to do it.
And Utah will follow because they've already agreed.
And there will be no more abortions in a lot of states.
Mm-hmm.
There are laws on the books pending that decision, which means they go into effect as soon as that.
Yeah.
And then finally, this story before we go to sports. How much time do we have here?
You probably ought to get to it.
Just this story real quickly then. Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
Mm-hmm.
We like them.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
There are Reese's Peanut Butter Cups being spotted in the wild that have potato chips stuffed in them.
Oh.
So it's peanut butter.
Purpose?
Yes. Peanut butter and potato chips, then covered with chocolate.
That sounds delicious.
It is delicious.
They are out there. You just have to find them.
Because that Ritter Sport candy bar that has cornflakes in it, that's very similar. But I've given you, Gina, chocolate-covered potato chips.
They're delicious.
Yeah.
And they are delicious.
Last year, Reese's introduced Reese's Big Cup with pretzels. That was
Had
good.
that.
Yeah. Now, you look for it.
Okay,
Potato
I'll look.
chips.
Weather, traffic.
Today it's going to be cloudy, but pretty warm, 65 for a high today. Then tonight into tomorrow, we have about a 60% chance of rain overnight tonight. But today, really, really warm and nice. Okay. Traffic, we have a, crash northbound I-15 Pleasant Grove Boulevard off-ramp. We also have a crash eastbound SR 201. This is out in Magna, milepost 7, just east of 84th West. That is also off to the right shoulder. That's traffic.
All right. Sports with Amy Donaldson, brought to you by.
Be prepared for your day. Watch 2 News this morning on KUTV2 from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
Amy Donaldson Sports. Break.
Good morning, Amy Donaldson Sports Break.
Good morning. I'm
Amy,
glad of a break.
Amy is here with Title IX Sports, and she'll bring us all up to date with what's going on. You can follow Amy AD on Sports on Twitter, and Amy is also a podcaster, and you can hear her podcast Voices of Reason wherever fine podcasts are obtained. Go ahead, Amy.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a lot of sports. Let's see. Let's start with Utah beating UCLA here at home, 44-24, behind running back Tavion Thomas's 160 yards rushing with 4 touchdowns. Also, a note: Saturday night, you retired the number 22, the jersey number 22. So no one will ever wear that number again in honor of Ty Jordan and Aaron Lowe, as we have discussed. Both those young men were killed. So next up, they have Stanford on Friday. They're going to be at Stanford, so should be a good game. Let's see, we got BYU. They beat Virginia in Bronco Mendenhall's homecoming, 66-49. You just heard about Tavion Thomas's 160 yards rushing, which is phenomenal, right? He actually won the game ball, got recognition from Coach Whittingham, but Tyler Algier for BYU ran for 266 yards and 5 touchdowns.
It's like a whole other game.
Yeah, I mean, it is, actually. You're absolutely right. It's like he played 2.5 games. But I think that's like number 3 on the all-time list in BYU history. So a pretty fantastic performance. Of note in that game, The 66 points had BYU fans chanting for 69. They wanted a field goal. But they didn't get it. That was it. So they host.
I'm sure that's why they were
Saturday,
chanting that. I'm sure that's why they were
They
chanting
just wanted
that.
to see one more field goal, Bill. One more field goal.
Okay.
Have you ever watched a field goal? It's so exciting.
Yes, it is.
Let's see. Utah State beat Hawaii 51-31. They have New Mexico State next. Weber State beat Idaho State 40-17. Next up, they play Portland State. SUU lost to Montana 20-17. They've only won one game this season. I think they play SUU. The big showdown, in-state showdown, is in 2 weeks. But they play the Idaho Vandals on Saturday. The top 5 in college football: Georgia, Cincinnati, Alabama, Oklahoma, and Michigan State. And another college football coach is out of a job. Tis the season for college football coaches to lose their jobs. In addition to former, I don't know if we've discussed this, but former Utah State head coach Matt Wells, he lost his job at Texas Tech. Gary Patterson, been at TCU for over 20 years. He is out of a job. They had a meeting with their administration on Sunday. The school officials asked him to finish out the season, sort of like what Ed Ogeron is doing at LSU, and he declined. He said, "No, I've given you 20 years. If you're not going to keep me, I'll see you." And so they have an assistant, Jerry Kill, is going to take over. But Matt Wells, his buyout, I think, is interesting. The school has to pay him $7.4 million to buy out that contract. So I felt bad for Matt until I read that.
Yeah. He's all right.
Because he's such a great guy. And he will get another coaching job, but he's such a great guy. And I thought he kind of got a raw deal. But I'm like, 7.4? Please, somebody pay me that much money and fire me. You can say whatever you want about me. I will take whatever you have. Let's see. We got the World Series. The Astros beat the Braves to lead the series 3-2. Game 6 is on Tuesday. But Game 4, we had former President Trump at the game. Remember when he said to boycott earlier this year to boycott the Major League Baseball games because they pulled the All-Star game out of Atlanta over the voting laws? Well, he changed his mind because he got to do the Braves. Well, but he also got to do the Braves chop, which has been criticized as there's been much discussion. Many Native advocates are saying, please don't do it anymore. It's racist. And he was like, what? There's something that people don't like? Let me do it. So
I've got to get there and be racist. I've got to
the best thing, though, is that he said he tweeted out a statement saying that he'd like to thank Rob Manfred, the Major League Baseball commissioner, and Randy Levine, the president of the New York Yankees, for the invite. After which Major League Baseball said, we didn't invite him. He called and asked somebody for tickets.
Yeah.
So, and it's of note, Herschel Walker was with him, as was his former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, who you'll be hearing a lot about in the next couple of weeks in regards to the the January 6th.
January 6th,
So many investigations. Let's see, we got football. RSL lost to San Jose 3-4. There's 2 games left. They have Portland on Wednesday and Sporting Kansas City. I believe it's on Sunday. And then they're in 8th place right now. So right now they're in the final playoff spot by 1 point. So not a lot of margin for error for RSL. And this is a very important sports contribution to Title IX sports. The Premier League, Chelsea is in 1st place, Liverpool 2nd place, Manchester City is 3rd, and Katie's favorite team, the West Ham Hammers, is in 4th. By a request for a very important sports listener, 13th place Crystal Palace crushed Manchester City 2-0 in Manchester. And then for the all-knowing suit, his 19th place Newcastle has been purchased by a wealthy business group, and so there may be changes coming there, and you can have hope, I guess. Rich people have bought your team, and maybe something good will happen. Maybe not. You never know. Also want to congratulate some girls volleyball teams were crowned champions this weekend. Ridgeline defeated Desert Hills in 3 sets to win the 4A title. and Union swept Morgan, which is unusual.
That's
Morgan
a
is
big
a
win.
powerhouse in 3A volleyball. Yeah, and then let's see, in cross country you had, I'm just going to read the names of the champions. You can look up what classification you are if you want, because there were a lot of cross country champions crowned. American Fork girls, Farmington boys, Ogden girls, Ogden boys, girls from Cedar City, boys from Cedar City, Penguich girls, and Penguich girls and the Bryce Valley boys, and North Summit girls, Millard boys, Springville girls, and Mountain View boys. Lots and lots of great champions. And then the Utah Jazz, they beat the reigning NBA champions, the Milwaukee Bucks, to improve to 5-1 on the season. Next up, Sacramento Kings in Salt Lake City on Tuesday, so plan your parking needs accordingly on Tuesday.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it.
Thanks, Amy.
Thanks,
Thank
Amy.
you, Amy.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Now coming up,
Yes.
in mere moments, your very first keyword in the 1K a day cash bribe contest. $1,000 a day we're giving away. Your
People
first chance.
People are practice texting right now.
Are they?
Also coming up, I'm pretty sure we're not being sued.
Are you only
Pretty sure.
You're not certain?
I'm pretty sure.
You're pretty sure.
That's all coming up. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash eastbound SR 201. This is out in Magna at 84th West, and I got to go all the way out to Magna to find an accident for you. I don't like finding accidents. I would rather not find any at all. But if you see something you want to share it with friends of the program, you can send it in 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with our first keyword for our $1,000 a day giveaway. Listen on the odds for your chance to win. And the more times you text in throughout the day, throughout the entirety of the day, the better your chance of winning the $1,000 a day. All right? So be ready for that. KXRK Provo will be back.
That's the music that tells us this is time for Best Question of the Week, and it's a feature that you don't use often enough. This is an opportunity to ask us any question. Email it to us, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put Best Question in the subject line. Send it to us. Maybe we will read your question on the air and answer it, like this one right here.
I can't think of anything.
All right.
I can't think of anything.
So this question comes from a loyal listener. It says, how did you all meet Dave the Flower Guy? He sounds like a great person and was wondering how you all were lucky enough to meet him.
Well, I think Dave, back in the day, we had a...
Well, it seems to me like you brought us into the orbit. You met him and brought him in, didn't you?
Well, I think, yeah, but...
It's been so long.
He was there, so we had the coffee shop, and our back when we were doing our show from the radio station was located at Trolley Corners, and there was a coffee shop there for a while called Airwaves, and there was a glass window, and you could look in from the coffee shop and see us do our show, which was kind of an interesting concept and technique.
I thought that was a great idea for people to come in, get their coffee, and watch the show. And
so I guess Dave was a listener, and he's around the downtown area all the time, and he started coming in and watching the show through the glass. And at some point, I went out. And every once in a while, we'd go out into the coffee shop and interview people for the show, or sometimes I'd just go out and chat with people. And so I went out there and I started talking to Dave, and he was interesting. But I don't remember if I guess maybe I invited him into the studio and just talked to him a little bit here and there. And then I don't remember how he started.
Well, we were always trying to figure out the best way to do Boner of the Week.
Yeah.
Because we talked about doing it, but we're like, is it just voting again? What do we do? And then I can't remember whose idea it was. It was like, how about just someone, totally unbiased, just one person will decide Boner of the Week.
And we knew that Dave listened to the show that intently, that he knew all of them. Mm-hmm. I think that's what surprised us too, that he knew all the Boner candidates all the time.
Yeah.
So that's how. But then we've had further adventures with Dave, I guess.
You know what
there
I
was
just
a
pulled
guy.
up?
There was a guy who was going to make a documentary film about Dave, who came to town. I think it was a local Salt Lake guy who lives in New York, and he came and filmed a bunch of stuff with me and Dave, and he was gonna, and he never has finished that movie, I think. But
May I read this?
Yes.
From the City Weekly in 2006.
Okay.
Best Utahn,
That's right.
Dave Mattson.
Yeah.
Since X96's Radio from Hell campaigned to have their listeners vote for Dave Mattson, pictured above, second from the left, as Best Utahn, we asked the show's Bill Allred to give us some background on their candidate.
Huh.
We first met Dave when he started coming into the coffee shop, and it used to be here at the studio. He'd come in with his flower wagon and have something to eat and watch the show through the glass while listening on a headset or radio. Then he'd head out to mow lawns at various businesses in the area. We learned that Dave is in his 40s. This was a while ago. And he grew up with cerebral palsy. We also found out what a remarkable human being Dave is. He doesn't let his disability get him down. We admire Dave's self-sufficiency, his sense of humor, and his spirit. Radio from Hell is proud to call Dave Mattson our friend and friends of the program. This is back in 2006. Voted for Dave Mattson as Best Utahn. Here's who lost to Dave Mattson.
Okay.
Second place, Rocky Anderson. Third place, John Huntsman Jr.
Wow.
Well, there you go.
Dave Mattson, Dave the flower guy.
Yeah.
And thanks to you, friends of the program, because you did that. We didn't do that. You had to vote for him, and you are coming through right now, helping Dave out. We have a GoFundMe happening. That you probably heard us talk about it, but worth mentioning again that
Because Dave's mother died.
Yeah.
And he is now, and Dave is in his mid to late 50s now, and he's all alone. He has nobody else, at least here in town. So the GoFundMe, if you just go to x96.com, Katie got that up on x96.com, so you can, and it's raised a lot of money so far, but
Yes.
he's going to need more, and we'll figure out a way. We're not just going to give Dave a bucket of money and say,
good luck.
See ya. I think we'll figure out a way to make sure that he gets it in ways that will help him the most, and let somebody kind of take care of it.
The link to the GoFundMe is at x96.com, as you said, and it's also on all of our social medias. So you can go there and find it. And use the links that we have provided. Don't just go there and search, because there are other Dave Mattson GoFundMes, and we need you to make sure you go to the one that Katie put together.
Yeah, if my name is not on it as the creator, you're at the wrong place.
But if you just go to the links that we've provided, you don't have to worry about that.
Exactly.
Takes you right there.
All right,
And,
so like
we'll-
that.
Yeah, we'll have Dave, and we'll have Dave on. Dave's going to be on the show later today.
9:45.
To select Boner of the Week.
It's best question of the week. Send them to us, Radio from Hell at x96.com. Put best question in the subject line. We may read yours next Friday. And we'll start that right now with our very first keyword in the 1K a day cash bribe. You're going to text this keyword to 33986 for your chance at $1,000. Now, your best chance at $1,000 is going to be if you pay attention to all of the keywords. 7, 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5. The more entries you have with the more keywords, the better your chance of winning. Your first keyword this morning is first. F-I-R-S-T. First, text that to 33986 for your chance at $1,000. Wow. Next chance at 9. Next word at 9.
Listen on the odds.
There you go.
Thanks, Sue, for coming up with that.
Yeah, it's great. I don't know why our marketers didn't come up with that, but there you go.
So, got an email the other day, or Friday, or Saturday maybe, based on a story we did Friday. And I believe it was a boner candidate.
Yes.
About a Utah company, and I think they're pronounced Clear, although it's X-L-E-A-R, spray, but then they put S-P-R-Y. It's a nasal spray. As a matter of fact, as I recall, I've used this nasal spray and found it to be comforting and I had a stuffy nose and dry nose, and it worked quite well, as I recall. But they were being sued by the Federal Trade Commission over claims that the nasal spray can stop COVID-19. Now, the Federal Trade Commission had previously contacted Clear, which is a Utah company based in American Fork, and sent a warning letter saying, you're making these claims, you can't do that, please stop. And they persisted. The company persisted. And so now the Federal Trade Commission is suing them. And I think we made them a boner candidate because they had a chance to stop, but they doubled down. And as a matter of fact, on their website, and I looked at their website today, I think it's still there. There's a thing that petition the federal government, let your voices be heard, how good this product is, and why can't we look at it and see if it really can stop COVID. So that was about the extent of the story and the boner candidate. And I got this email from the president of the company.
Okay.
Nathan Jones. It's a rather extensive letter, but it says, I wanted to send you an email to say thank you for the mention on your show yesterday. I just wanted to make sure that you had both sides of the discussion since you didn't mention them in your boner of the day conversation. It isn't often that small radio stations pick up on news like this.
Well, right away. Right away.
I like that a lot. I just thought that was great.
Out of the gate.
And report the facts. Facts like there are multiple studies that show that nasal hygiene tools, such as simple salt water, have been shown in multiple randomized controlled tests to have a very positive effect at controlling the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Studies paid for by our government, studies that are on the National Institutes of Health PubMed website, published medical website, I guess that is. So we do appreciate that you took the time to read through them and then ask the bigger question. Why is the government and our public health officials not sharing these studies?
Well, okay.
That is the question you should be asking so that you can review those studies. I'm putting links to them below and make it easy for you.
There. Exactly. What benefit would it be to the federal government to ignore something so simple that could help people?
That could help, but
why would what would the reasoning
Could it be that the findings are inconclusive?
All right. Here's I think you'll see what the answer might be here.
All right.
Data from this study were available from June of 2020. Yes, June of 2020. 45 patients with COVID-19 testing positive with symptoms, they all got and this nasal irrigation showed 45 patients. Does that say anything to you? He goes on to say, here's a whole bunch of. He goes on to talk about the study and the good effects of nasal irrigation irrigation when you have these when you have viruses. The study here, which is being peer reviewed, is similar to the previous study, a study done with 55 patients.
55.
Does this tell you?
Yeah, they're very small numbers. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so that's my only.
Now this is now I pulled up this story. And this is from ABC4 is where I'm getting it.
It's a small TV station.
Yeah, you know.
Kind of a small TV.
The FTC reports, Federal Trade Commission reports, no study has found effectiveness of the nasal spray. In a November 2020 study posted found the U.S. National Library of Medicine, National Institutes of Health, researchers reviewed just 3 patients who demonstrated an improvement in the COVID-19 symptoms when using clear nasal spray. Those researchers warned, quote, larger randomized placebo-controlled clinical trial studies are mandated, which could shed further light on this topic, which those studies are currently going on and won't be completed until next year.
Yeah, as far as I can tell at this point, the federal government has not said, this is absolute nonsense. They're just saying, we need to study this more before we start making these kinds of claims.
Exactly.
Some improvement isn't cures or stops transmission of.
Mr. Jones, at the end of his rather lengthy email, says, the bigger question is, why is it that our public health officials and the media are not bringing this info to the public? I'm glad that X96 is a station of integrity, a station that digs in. Let me just editorialize a little bit here. Let me editorialize a little bit here. I think what he means is, I'm glad that a little radio station like X96 is a station of integrity, a station that digs in and reads through the studies behind these articles and topics they discuss. If you want to discuss it further, let me know.
Do you
Nathan
really
Jones.
believe that the government has access to this information, that this could really, really help, and they are purposefully ignoring it? Because why? What is the? Yeah. You don't think this is
because they
what I
hate
don't,
me? Because they don't like me?
This is what I don't get about people screaming for ivermectin in the emergency room. Don't you think if that could help, they would give it to you because they want to get you?
No, because they don't like us. They don't like us.
They want my money. They want my money.
Again, I would say the product Clear. I've used it
as a nasal spray.
I would probably use it again. And it may, in fact, if you have symptoms of COVID and you're stuffed up and have a hard time, it may, in fact, provide some
relief,
or make you feel better, or make your nose kind of feel better.
Yeah,
that's fine.
It's not curing anything, though. It's not stopping anything. No, you're small. Well, how many pages was this email?
I don't know. It's just a long email.
Long email seems like an awful lot for a small radio station. It sounds almost to me like this guy is trying to intimidate.
No, I think Nathan wants to come on and talk about his product.
Sorry, Nathan.
Well, I mean, we'll see where it goes from here. But I just all we did is present the stories that were in multiple news sources and just present those stories. That's all we did. You're right. We didn't do a lot of research because we're a small radio station.
Small radio station that does deep diving investigations.
So
I don't like his sarcasm and I don't like his attempt at intimidation.
Oh, I don't.
I
thought it was cute.
If the clinical trial that will be completed in 2022 comes back and says, then we will report that. That will be good news.
Yeah. Awful lot of stink for a small radio station, right? Okay, let's get to traffic, please.
Crash southbound I-15 at Pioneer Crossing on-ramp in American Fork. It's off to the right shoulder. And that's it. Things are moving well, at least as far as UDOT's concerned. How about you? Are you seeing something out there that friends of the program need to be aware of? You can text it to us, 33986, if it's safe for you to text, and I will pass it along.
All right.
Here we go with boners round one. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Boner candidate number one, hey, I was just trying to sell a couple of houses. Boner candidate number two, we don't want her. And boner candidate number three, but what variety of chicken wings did he want?
Round one of your boners and big boy news coming up after these. Stand by. All right. RanLife.com.
Oh, RanLife. I'm a customer for life at RanLife,
Oh, yeah. We should say RanLife.com/X96.
Yeah. If you want to be a customer for life and at RanLife, now normally this is not just given to anybody willy-nilly, but right now, RanLife, to celebrate their 20th anniversary, anybody who is an X96 Radio from Hell listener can become a customer for life and get the discount, which normally is only given to returning clients. All right. Now, what does this mean for you? Utah's median housing cost of September is $500,000. Well, depending on what type of loan you receive, the discount could save you anywhere between $1,250 to $2,500 on closing. This huge discount can be applied to down payment or other fees in your loan. So refinance or get a loan with RanLife right now. Just go to ranlife.com/X96.
So we flew all Nippon Airlines?
Mm-hmm.
And
you're saying it wrong.
I'm probably saying it wrong.
And how was Nippon Airlines?
You remember when you used to fly and you got a meal?
Yeah.
Maybe two?
Mm-hmm. And you were treated nicely?
You were treated nicely. You got
It was a special experience?
actual silverware. Let me
Mhm.
show you.
Yeah.
You have a picture of actual silverware?
No, I've got actual
He's got
silverware.
it with him.
You stole it? Shh. Carrie.
They're our allies, Gina.
Yes,
It's okay.
Look at that. Actual metal. Can you believe that? All Nippon Airlines right there. A&A on the thing. So and they're little, So,
Yeah.
But you could do some damage with this. You could, but they don't have those concerns. This is the theme music for All Nippon Airways.
Is that was playing while
this is
you're
while you're
being
boarding?
seated? Yeah.
While you're boarding, this is
It's lovely.
isn't it?
Yeah.
It's very nice. So anyway, yeah, it was amazing. Flying was actually pleasant.
And you know why that is? Because those countries, Carrie, are this close to being communist.
Oh, really?
Well,
if that's the case, we could learn from them.
The government subsidizes the airlines quite heavily in most other countries.
How about that? Maybe that's something that should be looked at, because everywhere I went throughout Tokyo and Seoul and Busan, the streets were clean. People had jobs. It was such.
They seemed happy?
They seemed happy. But yeah, I had a wonderful time. Just oh, here it is. And this was
You want to go back?
This
don't
was
you?
no, this was on a loop. And you know how my earworm is.
Yeah. It stayed with you. Oh, you do. You know it too.
Yes. Because it would not stop. It just kept playing over and over. It's the only unpleasant experience about flying on ANA. It's the only thing.
So when Muhammad was little, I found him on the floor with an ant trap in his mouth, and I panicked and I called poison control. We had a file at poison control because I often had to call it for Mohammed. And the guy that I talked to at poison control, first of all, he said he's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Kid can suck on an ant trap and he'll
Won't kill
be
him.
okay.
Mhm.
But he said it's like it's a thing. Little kids love the smell of ant traps because they use something that smells like peanut butter in it. And little to a baby crawling on the floor, it smells like a snack.
I've never smelled an ant trap, so I don't.
Yeah,
know.
I always put the ant traps in like cupboards and things, not
Yeah.
just had them out like that.
Yeah.
Of course,
They're
I've never
like,
had
you know,
kids to worry about that,
Yeah.
but I've always had pets around, and
Now,
so
you
I
had a-
always
Sorry,
stick
Terry.
them somewhere where the dog or the cat can't get
Yeah.
to it. You know, so I thought more about it having animals than people do having kids.
Yes.
Yes.
You had a file on an open file at Poison Control because we have one here too, but mainly my wife has it. So
Bill keeps
Yeah.
putting things in his mouth.
I put stuff in my mouth that I shouldn't all the
Oh,
time.
I thought you said she was trying to poison you. I
No,
thought
no,
that's where
no,
you were.
no. At least I don't think she is.
Let's get to it. 7:24, time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, possibly becoming boner of the day? If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome. It has a chance to be boner of the day. Round 2 happens at 8:20 this morning. We'll have 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. And then we'll send that one forward to face off against this round's winner. We'll take both of them, and you'll decide boner of the day between those 2 at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. So right now, you're sending one of these 3 forward to boner fight. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
I can't buy it, gotta win it. Radio from Hell boner T-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. Hey, I was just trying to sell a couple of houses. Federal prosecutors say that an infamous Capitol attack defendant who traveled to Washington on a private plane and called January 6th, quote, one of the best days of my life, should spend time in prison, in part because she didn't think she would. Jenna Ryan was arrested in January after she openly bragged about her exploits at the Capitol on social media, live streaming on Facebook from inside the building, tweeting a photo of herself standing next to a broken window, captioning it, "If the news doesn't stop lying about us, we're going to come after their studios next." Ahead of Ryan's sentencing this week, federal prosecutors said she should spend at least 60 days in prison because she knew the day would turn violent, and she said she was going to war, as she put it. She promoted violence at the Capitol. She chanted, "Hang Mike Pence." She promoted violence against the news media. She claimed that she deserved a medal for what she did. She spread false information about the riot, lied about her participation in the riot, and sought to exploit her presence during the attack on the Capitol for profit because she said She had spent the last 10 years, by the way, promoting her personal brand, touting her success as a real estate broker, self-help coach, and media personality.
Wow.
And then she drew on her considerable experience as a social media influencer to promote violence before her arrival at the Capitol. She said, I was just trying to sell a few houses.
Really?
Yeah.
This helps her brand.
Yeah.
I'm a patriot. People like going with the patriot when you want to sell your house.
Here's what she said exactly. You guys, will you believe this? I'm not messing around. And when I come to sell your house, this is what I'll do. I'll effing sell your house.
Wow.
You see because I am so
dedicated
and dogged about getting into the Capitol. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. We don't want her. The campaign of Representative Lauren Boebert, Colorado, has mistakenly identified her. You know, her campaign has mistakenly identified her as a representative of Utah.
Her campaign?
Yes, in a report submitted to the Federal Election Commission. Thanks for reaching out, a spokesperson for Boebert, Jake Settle, said in a response to an inquiry about a Forbes article that first reported on the filing. I flagged this for our team. An earlier version of the report for the campaign's third quarter of 2021, filed October 15th, listed Boebert's state as Colorado. A revised version was filed Thursday, changed the state and congressional district from Colorado to Utah, among other amendments. Following Forbes' report, the filing was then again edited to say Colorado. So her own...
This is an
campaign.
elected official.
Yeah.
I say this numerous times. I could not be elected to school board.
No.
That would never happen. But this person?
Yeah, I wouldn't vote for you. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Yeah, but what variety of chicken wings did he want?
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
Ken Young, I don't know what you think of him. He's a fame whore for sure.
He can be funny.
He can be very funny. He was on ESPN's College Game Day as the guest picker. I guess something they do, I guess. He had the entire set in tears of laughter after he gave his wife a hilarious shout out on the show. After he made his pick, he gave her an amazing shout out that left the crew speechless. Quote, my wife went to UCLA Med School. Shout out, Tran. You complete me, ho. That's her last name, he said. Her name is Tron Ho. Relax, ESPN. Relax. How dare you?
That's funny.
I guess they're both. I didn't realize he and his wife were both doctors. And he just decided he was funnier than being a doctor, and decided that's what he would do. And Kiss has canceled their Las Vegas residency.
It's due to soft ticket sales.
Well, I don't know if that's what they want you to know.
It's in the story.
Is it?
Yeah.
I only read the first couple of paragraphs there. Yeah, they're not going to be there. They were sponsored by Zappos shoes. I thought that was a perfect.
That was the Zappos. The Zappos Theater is the name of the theater.
Yeah.
That they
for
would be
whoever's
buying.
there.
For whoever's there.
Oh, well, it's the perfect theater for them too. But,
now, there's some controversy around their whole tour and everything, because they kept saying that we're doing everything that we can as far as COVID goes, and then apparently some of the crew are saying not so much. We've had
There's a
people
whole article in Rolling Stone about saying they had a guitar tech die of COVID, and their other techs were like, "We're not surprised. Nobody's being careful here."
Members of the Kiss Road crew recently accused the band and their team of unsafe COVID-19 protocols. So there you are. Anyway, let's move on to Let's move. Unified Fire Authority shared Sunday that they are in mourning. That Unified Fire is the Salt Lake County firefighters. That they are in mourning over the loss of an active duty fire captain who died of COVID-19 complications. Captain Merrill Bone was a 36-year veteran of the fire service, and his passing was treated as a line of duty death. Captain Bone started his career with the Salt Lake City Fire Department, where he was a firefighter and a paramedic. He was also a member of the Heavy Rescue Program and the Utah Task Force 1, where he was deployed multiple times, including to New York City, following the attacks of 9/11. After retiring from the Salt Lake Fire Department, he decided, well, I'm not done, and he joined the Unified Fire Authority, where he was a paramedic and a captain with them. He was, he was not that old. What did I say? 63, I think, something like that. And you know, speaking of COVID and who has it and who doesn't have it, the country, the island nation of Tonga, has just reported their first case of COVID. Oh, they have only they have not had any COVID.
Have they been locked down?
Well, it says they reported their first case of COVID, spurring thousands of people to get vaccinated and warning of a national lockdown. So no, I don't think they have. Tonga was one of only a few countries that had not reported a single COVID case since the start of the pandemic. But on Friday, Tonga's prime minister confirmed that the first positive case was from a passenger who had traveled there from New Zealand. Ken Ivory is angling to return to Utah's Capitol Hill. You know, Representative Steve Christiansen's sudden resignation last week means Republican delegates will select his replacement for the 2022 session. Ivory, who resigned from that seat in 2019, has informed Salt Lake County Republican leaders, that he wants to replace Christiansen. Ivory resigned from the legislature to take a job with a company that got a $700,000 state contract that he helped shepherd through the legislature before he stepped down. So he made sure that this company got their $700,000 contract with the state. Then he left the legislature to go work for that company. During his previous time in the legislature, Ivory argued for states to take more control over their public lands. He had ethics complaints filed against him, claiming his work with the American Lands Council, a nonprofit that he started to advocate for transferring public lands to the states, scammed counties into giving money to that organization and not getting very many results out of it.
Well, he's the perfect choice.
Sure. Boo. Let's see. Utah's joined the lawsuit over the White House's order that federal contractors have to be vaccinated against COVID-19. The lawsuit was filed Friday in U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Georgia, being brought by the states of Utah, Georgia, Alabama, Idaho, Kansas, South Carolina, and West Virginia, as well as officials and cabinet departments from some of those states.
Because Utah loves wasting their taxpayer dollars.
And John Eastman, lawyer for Donald Trump and Mike Pence, as a mob was attacking the Capitol, chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," Mr. Eastman plotted with President Trump and his allies to try to overturn the 2020 election and sent a hostile message to the vice president's top lawyer, blaming Pence for the violence. The email, reported by the Washington Post and confirmed by a person briefed on its contents, shows the extent to which Trump and his advisors sought to pressure the vice president, who was presiding over the certification of the election, to defy the will of the voters and keep Mr. Trump in office. Eastman sent his lawyer an email at the time this was happening saying, your client is responsible for the violence that's going on right now. You realize that, don't you?
Because he didn't follow along. He didn't play his part.
Yeah. And, we already talked about Donald Trump at the Atlanta Braves game, doing the tomahawk chop and chanting with his wife Melania standing next to him, doing the tomahawk chop and chanting. And then as the chopping and chanting stops, you can see Melania Trump where she's smiling. She's smiling, and then she kind of looks away and goes into that, oh, my God, I wish I were dead mode. So there you go.
Weather, traffic.
So today, actually quite warm, 65 for a high today and mostly cloudy. And overnight tonight into tomorrow, looks like we've got about a 70% chance of rain. But during the day today, looks like it'll be nice and warm. Let's see, traffic. We have a crash southbound I-15, milepost 330. That's Layton Parkway. The HOV lane is the one being affected there. And I thought I saw, this is the front of the program also sending in about that 4-car pileup southbound I-15 Layton Parkway. Thank you. You sent that in via text at 33986. That's what you do. If you see something, think other friends of the program need to know about it. Fink and McGregor Mortgage is made simple. Call Fink and McGregor today for your free mortgage analysis, 801-264-9494.
Here's boner candidate number 3. But what variety of chicken wings did he want? A Davis County man is facing attempted murder charges after he allegedly shot at his father because his father brought home the wrong variety of chicken wings.
Well, what else was he supposed to do?
The Davis County Attorney's Office has filed 2 charges, attempted murder and discharge of a firearm against 30-year-old Alika Suliafu. Bountiful police arrested him on Thursday. Apparently, his father returned home with some food for Mr. Suliafu, and when he discovered that the wings were not the kind he liked, Suliafu got upset and began arguing with his father, and then during the argument, police say, Suliafu went into another room, got a gun, came back, pointed the gun at his father. Mr. Suliafu's father said, please don't shoot me. Don't shoot the gun, but Suliafu pulled the trigger. His father ducked down, and the bullet missed him, traveled through the wall and into the next door apartment, where it stopped in the neighbor's dishwasher. But with all of that, Suliafu's father grabbed the gun. There was a struggle. Another shot was fired into the ceiling. With all of that, we still don't know what variety of chicken wings
were
did
they
he
too
want.
hot? Were they not hot enough?
Don't know.
Well,
That's
I don't know
boner
what you guys expect. How else is he supposed to handle a wrong food order?
Well,
I mean, come on, just supposed to calmly say this is wrong?
I agree with you there, Terry. I just want to know what variety of chicken wings were presented and what was wrong with them and what variety did he want.
There you go.
It's number 3.
We may never know. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
So we had boner candidate number 1. Hey, I was just trying to sell a couple of houses, okay? This woman who said she definitely should not go to jail, but she was right there in the middle of all the January 6th rioting, posting pictures of herself and live Instagram and smiling and so forth. And really, she is probably being honest when she says she's a real estate agent and she's using this as a way to sell houses.
I'm sure that's true.
Boner candidate number 2, we don't want her. Representative Lauren Boebert's campaign did a campaign filing. Lauren Boebert is from Colorado. They can have her nastiness. We don't want it, but they filed, her own campaign filed that she was from Utah. They later fixed it. And then number 3, what variety of chicken wing did he want?
Okay, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. I say possibly because we got round 2 coming up at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. We'll take both winners, one from each round, put them against each other. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. So right now, we got to send one of these 3 candidates from this round 1 to Boner Fight. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, November 1, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it, so let's go. This is round one of your boners.
Lair. Spell it with me now. L-A-I-R. Lair. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two good Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. LeGrand is planning a wedding for one of his many daughters. LeVar has come over to LeGrand's house to borrow a cup of sugar when this conversation ensues.
LeGrand? LeGrand, where are you? Can I come in? Yep. Back here in the kitchen, LeVar. Come on back.
What in heaven's name are you doing, LeGrand?
Well, as you know, LeVar, my little girl, Tabiona, is getting married this weekend.
Right.
Well, I'm putting on a wedding, and it ain't easy or inexpensive for that matter. I'm saving myself some money by making the wedding cake myself.
You can make the cake cheaper than the ones you can get at Horman's? You know, the ones that come with the plastic balloons or rainbows on them?
Oh, yeah. And I can make a bigger wedding cake, too, for half the price.
Huh.
I found a recipe here in my old copy of the Ensign. How to make a big wedding cake for cheap. Look here at the picture. It's a 7-layer cake.
Boy, howdy, that is a beaut. How many layers is it?
7.
7?
1 more than 6, 1 less than 8. 7 layers.
Looks yummy. Hey, what's in each layer?
Sugar and Lord.
Good Lord, LeGrand. That ain't 7 layers, that's only 2.
Listen up, LeVar. I mix some Lord with some sugar to make the Lord sweet. I put that between each one of the cake layers to sort of glue them together, and then I cover the whole thing, all 7 layers, with another huge glop of Lord mixed with sugar, except that's dyed pink. Hence, a 7-layer cake.
Oh. Well, what's the decoration you put on that then? Like candy hearts or them little silver BBs or anything like that?
No, but we got an old Barbie and Ken doll dressed up in wedding clothes. One of the little kids is making a cute gazebo-type thing out of Play-Doh. We're putting that on the top layer. It's going to look like a real wedding cake.
Oh. Hey, who's your little girl marrying, anywho? What's his line of work?
Well, he's a nice young man from Magna named Laron. He's a bricklayer.
Tonight on Channel 8, join us for Mysteries of Science. Our scientific staff explore unanswered questions that have boggled the minds of the scientific community for years.
Hello. We're the new Mysteries of Science hosts, radio's Carrie and Bill. Help us explore the scientific worlds of the unknown.
Tonight, we answer the age-old question. How long can a grasshopper live when its head is placed under the focused beam of a high-power magnifying glass?
Use the tweezers to hold him still.
Ow, oh, you're burning my finger. Focus the beam on his head.
The sun, life giver.
Ah, there he goes.
And life taker.
Also tonight on Mysteries of Science, we see just how much damage a firecracker will do to, again, a grasshopper, when it's taped to the insect's body.
Will you hold the damn thing still while I light the fuse?
Ow, my fingers!
Don't miss Mysteries of Science. It's TV worth giving a look-see to. Tonight, right after The Brown Nun on Channel 8.
Okay, it's 7:47. Time now to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting was brought to you, or is brought to you, in part by a disappointing pork roast.
Oh,
I
you had high hopes for this pork roast?
The vegetables were good. I did the, I just...
What happened? You
I
dry
don't
it out?
know. I guess. I don't know. Just wasn't very tasty.
And Gracie's open daily for lunch and dinner with brunch, weekends till 3 p.m. Enjoy their heated patio, live music 4 nights a week, or watch your favorite sports. Gracie's is located at the corner of Broadway and West Temple, 21 and older only.
You won't get any dried pork roast at
No.
Gracie's.
No, you won't.
No, nothing but succulent, juicy pork roast.
Well, I don't know if they have pork
roast on the menu, but
well, they might at some point. If they did,
promise pork roast,
If
Bill.
they-
If you don't know, there's.
I heard this guy on the radio talking about the pork roast you got here. Hey, hook me
okay.
up.
Let me back up. All right. If
okay.
they did have pork roast, it would be very good. So we had boner candidate number one. Hey, I was just trying to sell a couple of houses, okay? This woman is awful, really.
Yep.
Just, posing in front of damage at the Capitol during the January 6th riots, going inside. And then she turns this all toward her real estate business. You see how dogged I am? Well, I'll sell your house, too. You can bet your bottom dollar. Going against number two was We Don't Want Her. Representative Lauren Boebert of Colorado, her campaign filing, her staff said she was from Utah. Oops. And boner candidate number three, but what variety of chicken wings did he want? This picture with the story isn't very helpful, by the way. There's a picture of some chicken wings, but it says under the picture, chicken wings are seen before a chicken wing eating contest on National Chicken Wing Day at a Safeway grocery in Washington, D.C. in 2015.
Well, that's just confusing.
Maybe those were the chicken wings he wanted. I don't know. Let's see. Bob won a boner T-shirt, and the winner, boner candidate number one. Hey, I was just trying to sell some houses.
There's your winner of round one's boner voting. It now goes forward. It might be boner of the day. Depends. Round two coming up at 8:20. 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. We take both winners and put them against each other, and you will vote for boner of the day at 9:20 this morning. A couple of quick holiday-related items here, just real quick, because it was all I was watching social media on Saturday as I was waiting for trick-or-treaters, and there was a back and forth about what day we're supposed to be trick-or-treating on, Saturday or Sunday. And Sue told me, said, we have enough candy. You should probably go out there Sunday as well.
Sure.
So do both days. And I'm like, okay. Well, Saturday night, we only got like 4 total doorbell rings. Maybe 8 kids tops. And so last night she said to me, just as I was getting ready for bed, she goes, so you're not going to do the, maybe even just put the candy out? And I went, we only got 4 doorbell rings on the night that I thought everybody agreed that we were all going to go trick-or-treating on. So I doubt we'll get any tonight, so I'm just not going to bother. And now I wake up this morning and I look at social media and I feel bad that I didn't do that. I should have stayed up or at least put the candy out because there was...
I passed out both nights. Passed out a little bit, and then at some point I just stuck the bowl.
I passed
out
out
there.
last night, too, but what?
But my neighborhood is usually nutso for Halloween, and did not see that either night. So I had a few, but
so we were we were doing the full size candy bars and comic books, So I should have just put it out there last night.
Full size comic books too.
Yeah, and so there's that. Now something strange happened this morning, in that I got a text from Sue that said, I'm thinking about putting up the holiday tree this week. Now, this would be a first in all the time that we have been together, this would be a first that we do it in November.
Well, it might as well. It's not a living tree. It's
an artificial tree. Yeah.
So,
and it's just a lot. Here, Carrie, I have a personal question to ask you, because this tree saved your mental health last year.
Well, and that's what she pointed out. She said it really helped you because of the quarantine last year, and we're still in quarantine essentially.
Sure.
And you enjoy the light, and I would. That's true, I do. Okay.
Go to the light.
It's a mental health thing.
But she set up for me a little, it's kind of a small version of it. We have this fake plant in the living room. She wrapped lights around it and set it on a timer so that when I get up in the morning for work, the lights are there, and it's very nice.
Fake tree, fake plant. Is there any organic matter in your house at all?
Some.
So, no, as I recall, though, your tree, does it look like a tree, or is it a...
Yeah.
Like a ficus tree?
Yeah, it looks like a pine tree.
Okay.
A pine tree. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead, set it up.
So there's that. Anyway, so my apologies to the kids who may have, I doubt there were any, who may have wanted to trick or treat to my house on Sunday, but did not because the lights were out.
I stayed up both nights, two night full-size candy bars, 2 kids on Saturday night, no kids on Sunday.
Yeah, see, so that's what I was thinking.
No, so I ate candy. I had 3
You went
candy
to the
bars.
store this weekend, though, didn't you?
I did go to the store, and I ran into a listener at the Harmons. I was surprised that this listener recognized me because it was in the parking garage, which is kind of dimly lit, and I was wearing a mask, obviously, not a Halloween mask, a COVID mask.
Mm-hmm.
And this person said, "Hey, are you Bill Allred? You're Bill Allred, aren't you?" And I said, "Yeah, hi." He said, "Oh, hi, nice to meet you." And we chatted a little bit about this and that. And I said, "I'm really surprised you would recognize me wearing this mask." And he said, "Well, I don't know, there's just something about you." And I remembered my daughter. We'd had this conversation a couple of days ago. She was with me when somebody recognized me with a mask on. And I said, "I'm surprised that person recognized me." And she said, Dad, you know you're pretty different looking."
You're pretty. You have a unique look about you. You have a.
I said, "What?" She goes, you don't look like everybody else." And I said,
She's
"Well,
right. She's right. You have a unique look.
And I said, so I said that to this guy. "I'm surprised you recognized me, but my daughter said, even with a mask on, you have really a different look." And he paused a second. He went, "Yeah, out of the mouths of babes." Yeah, I apparently could put on a full face mask and a latex bodysuit.
You have a different look.
People would go, "Hey, you're Bill Allred, aren't you?" No disguising this. As much as I'd like to.
Can't hide it.
No. As much as I would like to, I can't hide it.
Nowhere to hide.
Nope.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, as a friend of the program said, and I noticed that this is true, there's a lot of slowage in Murray, northbound I-15, but not an accident associated with it. I'm not sure what's going on there, but a friend of the program is having an issue there, and let us know via text at 33986. If you know what's going on there or what's going on somewhere else where there's an issue, you can always text us and let us know.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Bill Frost will be here telling us what's on TV this week. Stand by for that. And Boners Round 2, all of that on the way. Zero Res. You can go to your search engine on the internet and search Zero Res for a location near you.
The big food drive right now.
Oh, that's right.
With Zero Res. So here's what they do. $33 per room. But they'll do a 4th room for free if you give the technician who comes to your house a food donation, a non-perishable, a couple of cans of something, just something to help the food bank.
And that's not all. You also get 25% off air duct cleaning services if you do that. Now, that's some. I've had Zero Res do everything in my house. That's one I need to have them come and do because it's a new service they offer. And this is a good time of year to get your air ducts cleaned.
Zero Res, when they come to your house, all they leave behind is clean. Okay? So call them and make an appointment. 801-2880. That's ZERO. Or go to ZeroResSaltLake.com or ZeroResDavisWeber.com.
Organ. Spell it with me now. O-R-G-A-N. And now we'll use it in some dialogue. Here they are then, our two Utah men, Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr. and his disreputable friend, LeVar. Again, the word is organ.
Thanks for joining me here to the hospital and keeping me company, LeVar. Brother Jensen from my ward is having his prostate tuned up, and we're taking turns waiting at the hospital for word. He hasn't got any kin or nothing, so the elders' quorum is helping out.
Least I can do, LeGrand. You've always been a good friend to me, so I thought I could just keep you from getting bored. Hospitals give me the willies, though.
Ooh, yeah, not the best place to be spending the day, but Elder Jensen needs our support. I always give blood, too, just as long as I'm here.
They don't let me donate blood, you know, because of that unfortunate dose of hepatitis I had a few years
Well,
back.
I remember. You were as yellow as a lemon for about a month.
That's right.
Looked like one of them Simpsons cartoon characters.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, hand me that People magazine there, would you?
This one here with Mickey Mantle on the cover?
Yeah.
Too bad about the Mick
Yeah.
kicking off like that right after a liver transplant.
Well, he abused himself, LeVar. Smoking and drinking. You should take a listen.
You know, my cousin up in Portland had to get a transplant. He's doing fine. That was a couple of years ago.
Oh, I didn't know you had kin up to Portland in the Northwest there.
Oh, yeah. My entire family comes from Oregon. We got started in Eugene, Oregon, but then moved to Portland, Oregon when I was just a shaver.
Well, how come you moved to Portland? Your dad get a better job?
Nah, we moved to be closer to Mom after she was committed to the Oregon State Mental Hospital just outside of Portland. Turned out okay, though, because the welfare office in Portland was open on Saturday.
By the way, LeVar, what kind of transplant did your cousin get up there in Oregon?
Hair plugs, got himself a hair transplant.
Well, that's real serious surgery.
Hey, now don't you go making light of that. Them things can get infected.
Gina wearing a turtleneck sweater today.
Covering up her hickeys. That's what people do.
It's interesting. People don't wear turtlenecks very often anymore.
Unless they're covering up hickeys.
You got something against hickeys?
That's why I used to have a dickie.
To cover your hickey?
To cover the hickey. It was my hickey dickie. I mentioned a dickie the other day, and I don't think anyone knew what I was talking about.
I don't think anybody has them anymore.
Dickie is now a clothing brand, and that's what it's known for.
As a matter of fact, that's what I said. Somebody said to me, "Oh yeah, I love Dickies. Their coats and their pants," and I went,
"Yeah,
no, I'm
an
never
actual
mind.
Dickie.
Never mind.
It's a fake shirt.
Dickie was a fake sweater.
Was
it a fake shirt
it's
or
a
collar?
sweater?
You did
It's
both?
a fake sweater.
Fake sweater.
It was to make it look as though you were wearing a turtleneck
under your vest or jacket
or your shirt or whatever. Yeah, to make it look as though you were wearing a. It was really a stupid idea.
It was a dumb idea.
I had one, I think, for some reason.
But they were everywhere. It seems like I knew everybody had one.
Yeah.
Nobody wore them, but everybody had one.
It's a stupid idea.
Well, turtlenecks are stupid unless you're the Gorton's fisherman.
It's true.
Maybe I'm going fishing later.
Yeah, sure.
No, you're not. You're going to be way too warm in that.
You think?
Yeah.
You're dressed up for people today, aren't
We're
you?
seeing people.
Mm-hmm.
I've never worn this sweater, and I thought, I'll wear that.
Yeah, you'll be too warm. You'll be
Well, it's
uncomfortable.
too late now.
You're going to be sweating and sweating. It's going to be in your folds and everything.
I don't have any folds.
Of course not. She's a lady.
Yeah.
I'm smooth top to bottom.
Okay. Let's see. It's 8:03. We got round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by for that. But right now, Bill Frost here to tell us what's on TV this week. Brought to you by...
Don't settle for lame TV and slow internet. Let CableTV.com guide you to the best cable, satellite, streaming, and internet services near you. Visit CableTV.com today.
Good morning, Mr. Bill Frost. How are you?
Okay.
Mr. Frost, or Bill, as we like to call him, writes a TV column called Content Shifter. I guess it's not really a TV column. It's a streaming media.
It's
all
a content
things.
column.
Yeah.
He
It's all
talks
about that
content.
Yeah, but it's always shifting. That's what I don't get. That's in Slug Magazine, so you could go to slugmag.com and find that. And then you got a podcast called TV Tan, which that's about either tanning or TV or both.
Yes.
So it's about both, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. And
Tanning
drinking.
tips, yes.
And drinking, right?
Yeah, new cocktails every week, yeah.
Okay. And then you're in a band, so and all of that stuff you can find where, Bill?
At billfrost.tv.
Okay. So what's on this week?
Well, if you've been missing Judge Judy, because those episodes you see in syndication were recorded years ago. They're just on a perpetual loop anymore. She has a new show, Judy Shineland, on IMDb TV called Judy Justice, starting today.
Ooh, Judy Justice.
Yeah, it's if you can find IMDb TV in your Amazon Prime Video, or it's a standalone app, and she says an exciting new departure, but it's basically the same show.
Now, did she bring Rusty the Bailiff with her?
That I don't know.
Rusty
I hope
was
so.
that was a different show.
That was People's Court.
People's Court. That
that's right. That was Wapner.
Yeah.
Wapner.
And do old people know how to find? I mean,
they don't.
They're not going to
That's what
find
I'm
her.
sure. No, that's you're going to have to get your grandson to find that for you.
They're just going to watch the reruns that are broadcast. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't know if Judy can find it. Can't they?
I don't think even she can find it.
She's in her late 70s, isn't she?
I don't know.
And on Wednesday, a new Apple TV's first Korean language original series called Dr. Brain, which I'm guessing sounds cooler in Korean. This is about a Lee Sun-kyun from Parasite. He's a neuroscientist who's found a way to scan the memories of the dead for clues of their death and other things. Very creepy, based on an animated series of the same name. And I don't know if anyone asked for this, but reboots are all the rage now.
Mm-hmm.
On Thursday on HBO Max, Head of the Class, a new one.
Really?
Yes.
Who is in this show?
Well,
It's-
Robin
it's-
Givens
was gonna
will
say-
return as a grown-up.
What?
So would she be like
Yeah.
the principal of the school?
She's
or
the head of the PTA. The head of the PTA.
All right.
And this is produced by Bill Lawrence, who, of course, brought us Ted Lasso and Scrubs. So there's some hope there.
Yeah.
And a couple of people from American Vandal, the Netflix series, also star in this. But it's kind of the same show, just, newer.
Well, unless it's Howard Hessman.
Yeah, no Howard Hessman or Billy Connolly. Sorry.
Yep.
All right. Well, that's too bad.
On Friday on Apple, also on Apple TV Plus, the third and final season of Dickinson, the coming of age story that's not at all historically accurate of Emily Dickinson, is back for its final season. And the interesting thing here is it's actually a pretty entertaining series. This season we have guest stars Billy Eichner as Walt Whitman.
Okay.
I thought his Matt Drudge was good, so
His
we'll
Matt
see
Drudge
how this goes.
he was actually good as Matt Drudge. He was believable. All
right.
On American Crime Story Impeachment, and also Saturday Night Live's Chloe Feynman as Sylvia Plath.
Okay. All
Okay.
right.
Yeah. And Jack McBrayer, a.k.a. Kenneth from 30 Rock, has a new show on Apple TV Plus called Hello, Jack, the Kindness Show. It's basically Mr. Rogers, an update of Mr. Rogers, kind of. Yeah. This is created by Jack McBrayer and someone from Blue's Clues. And it's a educational feel-good
it's a
show
real
for
thing.
preschoolers.
It's not a joke.
real thing.
It's
I
not a
was
parody.
thinking
Yeah.
it was a joke.
It's not a parody
No,
of
it's
kids
not.
shows.
Okay.
He's genuinely earnest.
I just love TV so much.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not ironic.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's on Apple TV Plus on Friday. And also on Friday, the second season of Animaniacs on Hulu.
Yay.
More adventures from Yakko, Wacko, and Dot and Pinky and the Brain. And also on Friday, busy day on Friday, season 5 of Big Mouth on Netflix.
Another funny show, yeah.
Yeah. And in a completely different vein, on Friday, the third and final season of Narcos Mexico on Netflix.
Oh. I didn't know that was still going.
Yeah.
Now, wait a minute. You've left out something, Bill. Are you done?
Oh,
He's
did I?
not done yet, yeah.
I got a couple more.
Okay. Go ahead.
But maybe this is what you're thinking of. Dexter, New Blood on Sunday on
No.
Showtime.
That's not what I was thinking of.
Dexter. This is set, the original series ended in 2013. Now Dexter has been living in upstate New York under a different name, and but he's getting back into business. He's a small town hunting shopkeep is what he is. And Jennifer Carpenter, as his sister, will be back as a ghost in his head. Also, John Lithgow will be back.
Oh, okay. He was married to Jennifer Carpenter for a while, and then they got divorced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you say Lithgow's back? Is this
Yeah.
like a flashback
Yes.
or something, I guess?
More ghosts in your head kind of thing. You know,
Oh, good. Okay.
Remember how his dad used to show up all the time?
That's true.
And,
But Lithgow was the best foil for Dexter in that entire
Yes.
run of the series. So that's, to me,
Yeah.
reason enough to watch, to me.
Also, the guy who's running this season is the guy who worked on the first 4 seasons, pretty much the best seasons of Dexter, Clyde Phillips.
Okay.
And also on Sunday, the long-awaited, I don't know, it's awaited by somebody, Yellowstone, Season 4 on Paramount Network.
I
This
have
is the
family
biggest
members
show
that
on
are
cable.
excited about that.
It's pretty popular,
It is
isn't it?
Very popular on cable. Yeah, it's the biggest show on cable.
Yeah.
And
We still haven't
also,
mentioned
Carrie,
Yeah.
season 13 of Squidbillies on Sunday.
Oh,
Adult Swim.
excellent.
I
Now,
thought they were done.
did they recast the voice of Early Kyler?
I believe so. Don't know who, but
Curious now.
yeah. And if also the theme songs, they have someone different perform the theme song every episode.
Yes.
This season we have versions by Willie Nelson and Sturgill Simpson.
Nice.
Is it the same song?
Yeah.
Yes, same
Okay.
song, different people.
Okay.
And also Joe Pera Talks with You.
There it
season
is!
3. Uh-huh. Yeah.
We've already. Did that? You mean that starts? Because I thought we already started watching it, or are those reruns that we're
Probably
watching?
reruns.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't
Yeah,
start
this
till
is the
Sunday.
third season premieres. This season, there's a season-long arc of Joe Pera helping his friend Gene pick out a perfect chair.
I just
And,
love this show. It is so. They're like 11, 12 minutes long.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go back and rewatch them. Joe, today I'm gonna build a bean arch.
What?
A bean arch. So you make an arch and then
And
you
then the
plant
beans
beans on
grow
one side
up.
and the beans will grow up and you can walk under the arch and if it's just right you can just reach up and pick a bean.
Yeah, it's
You know-
very low-key and soothing.
He wrote a high school play for kids about the rat wars in Saskatchewan. About how there are no rats in Saskatchewan because of all of the procedures that the politicians took to keep the rats out, and that was a play for high school.
He's the high school music teacher, and
yes.
The one of them opens up with he's directing the choir, and these junior high kids are singing the Mighty Quinn. It's just, it's
Yeah, if you
such
go to x96.com, there's a trailer for the new season, and he's sitting in a restaurant, and somebody asks him, "Wait a minute, you have a TV show?"
He's
Somebody
just
gave
so
you
sweet.
a TV show?
Such a sweet guy, It's just great.
He's a grown-up Mr. Rogers for grown-ups.
Ah, okay.
Kind of, yeah.
There you go, back around, bring it around. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the whole lot of new stuff for the week.
There you go.
All right. Thank you, Bill Frost.
Thanks.
So excited about
Thank
Joe
you.
Pera.
Thank you.
You could barely contain yourself.
I know.
You were so excited.
Well, he has. I was going to bring it as a drop. There's a 3-stage awareness for what you think about while watching fireworks. He's laid it out for you. There are 3 things. There are 3 steps that you go through while you're watching fireworks. Anyway, traffic, Gina, please.
Out in Tooele County, crash SR36 at milepost 50. We also have a stalled vehicle northbound I-215 east at 45th South in Mill Creek. It's blocking the right lane. Now, it looks like whatever slowage was happening in Murray on northbound I-15, that looks like that's moving well now. So whatever it is cleared up. If you see something clearing up or bogging down or needing to be alerted about, you can text it to us 33986. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, let's go, Brandon. Number 2, the Ogden leak. And number 3, no.
All right, boners round 2, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by for all of that. Now a message from the Salt Lake City Recorder's Office.
It's voting, huh? Voting this
It
week,
is voting,
right?
yeah. I got mine in the mail weeks ago and sent it in.
Yeah, as it turns out, I'm not. Nothing in my district is being decided, but I know
this was the ranked choice voting this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all of this voting is ranked choice voting. Please don't be confused. Just do what it says on the ballot they send you.
Mm-hmm.
It's so if you want to know more about it, you can go to www.slc.gov/RCV. The RCV standing for ranked choice voting. So there's no primary election this year. The general election, it's tomorrow. Tomorrow's election day.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the good news. You have your favorite candidate, and you put them in the first place. But then in the second place, somebody, maybe not your favorite, but you'd be okay if it's this person. It's just a better way to do it, I think.
And you don't have to do that. You can just put one candidate, and that's it. That's
Sure.
all. So Anyway, go if you want to know more, go to www.slc.gov/RCV.
I was worried you guys would hear Mohammed ordered a duck call a while ago, and it finally arrived. So he's been walking around the house tooting on his duck call.
Now, did he get that from the Duck Dynasty people?
I
hope
I'm not.
not.
Sure where he got. Here, I'll grab him real quick.
What's the name of their duck? Is it Duck Commander or something like that?
I don't know. Now, see, I'm trying to figure out why he would have a duck call.
Uh,
Now, I had
because
a
he's-
duck call growing up because we would hunt ducks.
He's been duck hunting.
Has he been?
Yeah,
Oh.
I think Gina's told us the story. He has been duck hunting with his uncle or something.
Interesting.
Yeah. No,
Because
this is,
so I have a passing familiarity with duck calls.
I think the Duck Dynasty people, their company was called Duck Commander, but that's how they made their millions of dollars. Is with a duck with duck
With
calls.
the duck calls, yeah, that's how they made all their big
Okay,
money.
show him your duck call.
So
Well,
there's
no, wait.
blow
First
in
of
it.
all, wait a second. First of all, I want to know what brand this is, Mohammed. What brand
Here.
of duck call is this?
Bill wants to know what brand of duck call it is. Into the microphone.
It's a Duck's Waterfowl duck call.
Duck's Waterfall.
DUX is a brand.
DUX.
I see.
Okay.
Okay, one more toot and then go to school. Okay, have a good day.
Yeah, that's important. It's important that he have one of those.
I can do
He's
that.
my little hunter.
Yeah,
He's my little outdoorsman.
Carrie was wondering why he had it, and I said, "Well, I remember the story. He's been duck hunting."
He's been.
Oh,
duck
yeah.
hunting. Okay.
He's my outdoorsman.
Claps. Claps. Spell it with me now. C-L-A-P-S. Claps. And now we'll use it in some dialogue starring as our two Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. We join the boys now at the Ward Cultural Hall as they take in a revival of the great theatrical production Saturday's Warrior. As the show nears its climax, LeGrand R. Dunn becomes highly emotional. Again, the word is claps. Let's listen.
Oh, this is such an uplifting show, LeVar. And this is the most uplifting moment in the whole Saturday's Warrior production.
I have to admit, LeGrand, I too am stirred. That girl who plays Julie Flinders has a way about her. She's a nice-looking young woman. I am stirred.
Oh, she found her true spiritual mate. And they're going to have a wonderful life together, and they'll have a big brood of kids, too. No abortions for them. Oh, that evil Mac, that son of perdition, he'll never have influence on them.
A girl like that you wouldn't mind having an influence on, though.
I have never experienced a theatrical moment like this before, LeVar. I think I'm having some palpitations.
I too am experiencing some palpitations, LeGrand. I wonder if the girl playing Julie's single.
I'm feeling faint, LeVar.
Grand?
Everything's going to gray.
You okay?
I think I'm gonna collapse. Oh, I'm gonna collapse. Help! Catch me, LeVar. I'm gonna collapse.
LeGrand, get up. You're embarrassing me. Wake up. Oh, my heck, he's out cold. Somebody call a paramedic. Is there a doctor in the house? Anybody know CPR? My friend LeGrand said he's going to collapse, and he did. He collapsed. Somebody help. Wake up. Wake up.
Oh, LeVar, get help. Don't let me pass through the veil to the other side.
Oh, you just fainted, puss boy.
right. 22, don't forget, before we get to boner voting, we need to remind you, coming up at 9 o'clock, it's another keyword, another code word in our $1,000 a day giveaway.
1K a day cash bribe, Carrie. That's what
Yes.
they're calling this. It's the more times you enter, the better your chance of winning. And your next chance to enter will be at 9 a.m.
So listen on the odds. 7, 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5. Keywords every time.
Get them all. Your better chance to win if you do it every time.
Yes, got to catch them all. All right. Let's see, 822. Let's get to round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, possibly becoming boner of the day. If it wins here, it will secure a spot in Boner Dome and ensure that it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting, which we did an hour ago. But we'll take both of the winners, one from each round, put them against each other at 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide boner of the day. That's when you'll vote. But right now, we need to send one of these 3 from this round 2 forward to boner fight. So here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Oh.
Yep.
Riley's very excited at the thought of somebody getting
At
a
the
Radio
door.
from Hell tote bag.
All right, here's boner candidate number 1. Let's go, Brandon.
Oh, boy.
It began as a chant at a NASCAR race, apparently, and became an inside joke among many Republicans that had spread to T-shirts and even to the floor of Congress, and now has entangled Southwest Airlines in the nation's political tussles. The phrase, "Let's go, Brandon," which is understood to be code for swearing at President Biden, was essentially, it's like saying "F you, Joe Biden."
Yeah, it's sort of their little code, yeah.
It was uttered over the intercom by a Southwest pilot during a flight on Friday, a reporter for the Associated Press wrote in an article about the spread of the phrase. The reporter, Colleen Long, who was on that flight, added that it prompted audible gasps from some passengers. Now, it wouldn't have prompted an audible gasp from me. I had no idea this was a phrase, and I'm not sure how it came about.
I can tell you.
Okay.
It was at Talladega.
Mm-hmm.
And they were interviewing a race car driver named Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for some reason, the crowd started chanting, "F Joe Biden."
Yeah.
And the commentator, I think, was trying to deflect from what was being said over live TV. And he was saying, "Oh, they're saying, 'Let's go, Brandon.'" No, they were saying, "Hug Joe Biden."
Yeah.
Well, Southwest airline pilot apparently said it.
Yeah.
On Friday, the company has responded with Southwest does not condone employees sharing their personal political opinions while on the job. The airline would.
He's a federally licensed pilot who said, "Hug the President of the United States" over the loudspeaker of his plane. That's what he said.
The airline would not say if the pilot had been suspended for making the remark, adding that it does not comment on employee status. Boner candidate number 1, let's go, Brandon. Is boner candidate number 2, the Ogden leak. This was sent to me a couple of days ago. Since late last July.
Oh.
A steady stream of water has been flowing from a road leading into a Weber Basin Water Conservancy District water treatment facility in southern Ogden. It caught the attention of many people, particularly in light of the ongoing drought, including Terry Scow, who happened upon the leak late last July while using a nearby natural gas fueling station. The water flows from 4800 South, the road leading into the Water Conservancy District facility, to Old Post Road, and then to a drain further north. This is ridiculous, Scow said. After he first came upon the leak, Scow, who lives in South Ogden, reported the leak to a local representative for U.S. Senator Mike Lee, as well as to South Ogden officials, though the site of the seepage is actually in Ogden. After he traveled past the spot again earlier this month, he sent out a new round of messages. I had hoped the responsible folks would have fixed this water leak by now, but when I drove by today, the water was still flowing down the gutter, just as before, almost 3 months later. Surely someone and something can be done. This is a waste. Representatives from the Weber Basin Water Conservancy District, who had pleaded for water conservation efforts from the public over the summer in light of the drought, didn't immediately return a call Friday seeking comment. However, a worker from a nearby restaurant, Ligori's, had something to say about it. Yeah, moss in the gutter. That's how long it's been running. That's according to David Birch, who, like Scow, has said that the flow of water has been steady since the summer. That is, the presence of a nonstop flow of water has led to the development of green moss in the gutter. It's been that constant. Nobody's done anything about it, apparently. Boner candidate number 2, the Ogden leak. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, no.
Boner candidate number 3, Gary.
Coming up in a moment.
Sorry.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3.
I was returning an email. I'm terribly sorry. Boner candidate number 3 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
At the height of its power, Angkor was a glorious city, but by the late 16th century, the empire was crumbling. Come along on a 3D adventure to unveil the mysteries behind this lost jewel of Cambodia, now playing at Clark Planetarium.
A haggard-looking Alec Baldwin broke his silence on Saturday, declaring his friendship for Helena Hutchins, the cinematographer that he accidentally shot and killed on the set of the film Rust last week. There are incidental accidents on film sets from time to time, but nothing like this. Baldwin, who looked forlorn and at times sounded hoarse, told a reporter as he stood on the side of the road in Vermont with traffic whizzing by. This is a 1 in a trillion episode, 1 in a trillion event. The comments were Baldwin's first in public since Hutchins was killed during the production of Rust in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Baldwin spoke on what appeared to be a rural road with his wife Hilaria at his side. She was filming the interaction on a cell phone. A woman dead, my friend. She was my friend, said Baldwin. When I arrived in Santa Fe to start shooting, it's kind of an unfortunate choice of words. When I arrived in Santa Fe to start shooting, I took her to dinner. We were a very well-oiled crew filming a movie when this horrible event happened. A reporter, by the way, at one point, the Baldwins admonished a reporter for apparently failing to know Hutchins' name. You don't even know her name? Come on, Baldwin said. I don't know. It's just, I think I would not be talking to anybody.
Well, I wouldn't be out in public, I don't think.
He's been going out to dinner with his wife, and I don't know. I would hole up somewhere.
Yeah, I would certainly.
And again, I don't think he did anything. He didn't do anything intentionally, and
no,
and I don't think
it was an unfortunate accident, and yes, even though he was executive producer on the film, and that will give him some liability, but it's still an unfortunate accident.
So, by the way, I guess he did know her quite well, because he's also been in contact with her husband and their 9-year-old son. Let's see, and Cal Penn is engaged, getting married.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations.
Getting married. He's engaged to his longtime partner. Guess they've been together for quite a while. His longtime partner, whose name is just listed here as Josh.
He'll be Josh Penn. He'll be taking Cal's name, I guess.
And their first date, Josh brought over a 6-pack of beer and insisted that they watch NASCAR And Cal Penn's like, this is not going to work, obviously.
Yeah,
But he says,
there's no way.
he says, here we are 12 years later watching NASCAR together.
COVID, there's a new study that says that the COVID vaccine might be stronger than natural immunity. The study from the CDC suggests getting the vaccine could offer stronger immunity to COVID than natural immunity, meaning that even if you previously had the virus, the vaccine would still offer better protection.
Just get the vaccine.
Researchers looked at data from nearly 200 hospitals across the country. The CDC reports that vaccines are 5.5 times more effective in preventing infections than natural immunity, and they say that people who are protected through the vaccine get less sick or get sick less frequently, and contracting severe illness is rare. This Utah lawmaker who's resigned, this Mr. Christiansen.
Christensen.
Oh. Well, it's spelled Christiansen.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, Christiansen, yes. It is Christiansen. I've heard other people say Christensen, but I'm going to say Christiansen.
Okay, I'll go with you then.
Do it.
Anyway, he attempted to obtain personal information and voting history of every single registered voter in the state before he resigned last week.
Really?
And he tried to leverage his position as an elected official to get that data. Representative Christiansen, West Jordan, has been at the forefront of pushing for forensic audit of Utah's 2020 election results, similar to the partisan-fueled audit in Arizona's Maricopa County. He asked for a legislative audit of the results in Salt Lake County in December. That request has yet to be approved. In June, Christiansen traveled to Arizona to witness the audit firsthand. Both Christiansen and Representative Phil Kleiman were present at the August Cyber Symposium in South Dakota, put on by MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell. He and Lyman spoke about election fraud at a conspiracy-fueled conference in Salt Lake last week. Christiansen, who resigned abruptly from both the Utah legislature and his job with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, wasn't just pushing those baseless claims about voter fraud. He was determined to do something about it, and that's why he was trying to get voter information on every single voter in the state.
Now, thank you to Lieutenant Governor Henderson for saying, no, I'm denying your request. There's no good reason for you to ask for this personal information.
Christiansen also asked for the information for Utah voters who requested those records not be released publicly. Utah Code 20A2-104 provides that voter registration records that have been classified as private or withheld may not be withheld from government officials, Christiansen wrote. Even though they say they're supposed to be private, if I'm a government official, I can have them, he says. Well, the lieutenant governor's office denied Christiansen's request, as Gina indicated, and said, nope, can't have them.
If you read on that further in that bill, it's like she says, no, you can't have them. There's no good reason to. And his reasoning is, well, I submitted this on my state letterhead. Doesn't...
yeah.
Like, can you just put anything on your state letterhead and make it, I want free ice cream for a year. I asked for it on my state letterhead. What
was he intending on going door to door? And
don't know.
Who did you vote for? I'm just checking.
Don't know.
I
don't know. It's pretty weird, though, that's for sure. Keep him out of government. Keep him out of there.
Out.
And let's see.
One more quickie.
All right. How about, this is an interesting story. Commercial genetic tests can unveil surprising details about your, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of a long story. Never mind.
All right. Well, we can move on.
I'll save it for next time.
We can move on to sports weather traffic.
Well, I know you've all been waiting for months to find out What was Aaron Rodgers' Halloween costume? Because he's been growing his hair out for months.
And he said he was going to go as his favorite character or something like that.
And I think that our attorney, Ed Brass, will be thrilled to hear that the Halloween costume that Aaron Rodgers was growing his hair out for was none other than John Wick. And he actually looks pretty good as John Wick. So I know you've been waiting for that.
Yes.
The Jazz won last night. They beat the Milwaukee Bucks pretty handily, 107-95. They play tomorrow the Sacramento Kings. That game is at 7 o'clock. You've got the World Series going on, and Atlanta leads the series 3-2. Their next game is tomorrow at 6 o'clock. And Real Salt Lake's next game is Wednesday, an 8 o'clock game against the Portland Timbers. That's your sports. Weather, actually pretty warm today. It'll be cloudy, but 65. And those clouds will get more and more pronounced as the day goes on, because overnight tonight we've got about a 70% chance of rain happening overnight. And that will cool things off tomorrow, only a high of 58. Traffic, we have, let me refresh this, give you the most up-to-date information that I have. Crash northbound I-15 milepost 304, that's 27th South in South Salt Lake. Center lanes are blocked there. Out to Tooele, crash SR36 milepost 50. Vehicle on fire, southbound I-15. This is in Box Elder County. Milepost 387 is where that one is. Stalled vehicle northbound I-215 east at 45th South in Mill Creek. The right lane affected there. And let me check our message stream quickly, see if there's anything there. No, but if you see something you want to share with friends of the program, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. No, no, no. I just happened to stumble across this. I think it's an ad. It was an ad that I saw. Enjoy a delicious guilt-free snack that's good for you. With 0 carbs, only 80 calories, and 10 grams of protein, our crispy, wild, upcycled salmon skins are a great source of marine collagen and omega-3. And there's a picture of a woman eating a crispy, it looks like a potato chip almost, but they're selling these crispy salmon skins as a snack. Good for your skin, your brain, and your taste buds, they say. It's called Good Fish, salt and vinegar variety if you'd like.
How's this different than a pork rind, Bill? How is this different than a pork rind?
Gina,
why is that why is pig
Gina, a
skin
pig
okay?
doesn't have scales and swim underwater. This is fish skin. No.
Okay.
All right.
Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Let's go, Brandon. A pilot under investigation, Southwest Airlines pilot under investigation for saying, I guess, on the loudspeaker. I think he said it more than once, too. Let's go, Brandon, which is apparently code for F you, Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
That's number 1. Number 2, the Ogden leak. Apparently there's been a leak there's something leaking up in Ogden, and it's wasting a lot of water, and people keep pointing it out. It's been going on for some 3 months, and the drought is lingering, and people are irked by this. And then boner candidate number 3, crispy wild salmon skins. No.
All right. We've got to decide now. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, possibly becoming boner of the day? I say possibly because in order to be boner of the day, it'll have to defeat, once it wins here, it'll have to defeat the winner of round 1. So don't worry about any of that. Just pick the best candidate of this round and send it forward to boner fight. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting November 1, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is round 2.
You know, he works late a couple nights a week, and then I'm in charge of dinner.
That means Olive Garden.
Which is a laugh.
Which me in charge of dinner is never me making dinner.
It's Olive Garden.
You know, you could learn. You're not stupid. You could learn. It's not. No, it's probably too late for you.
Listen, there are a limited number of recipes that you can do with meat and bread. And that's...
And my kids will tell you this story if you ever have them. What does your mom make you for dinner? And you know what they will tell you? Mac and milk.
Mac and milk?
Because a while ago I went to make mac and cheese for them.
You know, we have people who work for the Division of Child and Family Services listening to this show. I'm not sure you want to tell this.
And because I don't eat mac and cheese, I don't think... really. So you boil the pasta, and then I measured out the milk.
This is for the boxed.
Yeah, to put the
crap
powder in.
That any moron can do.
Yeah.
That at 8 years old I was doing.
And I poured the milk into the noodles, and I put it on the table, and the kids, all three of them, sitting there, and they said, "Did you put the cheese?"
Where's the cheese?
back in
It's just powder. It's cheese powder. Where is it?
I forgot to put it in the milk and mix it up.
So you are stupid. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's impossible for you to learn to cook.
Yes.
You could do it.
But my husband does such a good job.
But that burden falls upon you to give succor to your family. to nourish
twice a week.
Gina, to nourish and strengthen their bodies.
That doesn't hurt them to have pizza twice a week.
So you're a disappointment. I'm surprised you snagged a husband.
I am too.
Well, everybody.
And he's such a good guy. He wouldn't divorce me now that he knows the truth.
Even though he was duped.
This is now a pity marriage.
All the way.
I'm married.
I got him to marry me quickly.
Now I'm married to you out of pity. I got to stick with you because you wouldn't survive.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Your Jack Daniels bottle is empty, and you're all out of ammunition. What are you going to do? Well, don't panic. Come on down to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns. At Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, that's all we sell, liquor and guns. We feature a full line of liquor from exotic fine wines all the way up to the real hard stuff, too. We also feature a full line of guns and ammo, from small caliber handguns all the way up to semi-automatic weapons. Best of all, you'll get a case of Radio from Hell brand canned chili absolutely free with each and every purchase over $50.
Hi, we're Carrie and Bill.
And we're Carrie and Bill.
We know just how frustrating it can be to run out of liquor or ammo at odd hours.
That's why Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns is only open between midnight and 6 a.m. Monday through Thursday.
And from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
To find Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, just call 555-1212 and ask for Ricky. He'll arrange to meet you.
Then, after a brief shakedown and blindfolding, Ricky will lead you directly to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns.
Helping you continue the fine old Utah tradition of getting drunk and shooting up the place, it's Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns for all your liquor and gun needs.
to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by some delicious vegetables, carrots and potatoes, and roasted and in a juice from a pork roast that turned out not so good.
And another keyword is coming up at 9 a.m. in the X96 1K a day cash bribe. Listen at 7, 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5 for the keyword to text to get qualified. The more keywords you enter, the more chances of winning increase. Totally bribing you to listen to X96 more often.
Let's go, Brandon. Got a lot of votes. Salmon Skin got a few.
Really?
More people saying that you were incorrect. That salmon skin is tasty and it's the next.
Give it a chance. Give salmon skin a chance.
Yeah.
I don't know what's the matter with those people. There's something wrong with them. But boy, just overwhelming number of votes and just beating the other two handily. Boner candidate number 2, the Ogden leak.
I've been hearing from a lot of people who said, I reported that leak a year ago.
Okay.
So, yes, hopefully this new focus on it will get something done about it. That's your winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day, depending on how it does, going up against the winner of round 1. You'll vote for Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning.
But now you made me crave pork rinds, Gina. So.
Does this say sponsored feature, Gina?
Yes, choosing a Medicare plan is challenging. With Advantage U, you get affordable coverage and benefits designed by local healthcare professionals with a network of doctors and hospitals you know and trust. Choose Advantage U. Enroll today at AdvantageUMedicare.com.
All right. Brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Name of the episode is Bitch is Non-Binary.
Whoa, okay.
All right.
Well.
Okay, so if you haven't watched the season 2 of The Mandalorian, go away for a minute, because we're going to talk about that. What happened? When we last left Boba Fett and Fennec in the post-credits scene of The Mandalorian season 2 finale, the duo calmly rolled into Jabba the Hutt's abandoned palace on Tatooine. Turns out not so abandoned. Well, yeah, some of Jabba's people were there, but Jabba's former major domo, Bib Fortuna.
Bib Fortuna?
Bib Fortuna was sitting there on Jabba's throne. Well, after a few blaster bolts, Bib no longer exists, and now Boba Fett sits on that chair and plans to make his public return to the wretched hive of scum and villainy that is Star Wars Criminal Society. And at the end of the show, we got coming soon, The Book of Boba Fett, which is a new series which will debut September 29th on Disney+. And we got our first look at it this morning. It just rolled in.
I am not a bounty hunter.
It's,
I've heard otherwise.
For those of us who love Tatooine and Jawas and all of those creatures that hang out in Mos Eisley and all those places, this is going to be fun for us.
I know that you sit on the throne of your former employer. Jabba ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
So he's taking over the former Hutt's business, but expanding it in his own name.
You were all once captains under Jabba the Hutt.
I'm here to make a proposal that's mutually beneficial. Why speak of conflict when cooperation can make us all rich?
What prevents us all from killing you and taking what we want?
If you had spoken such insolence to Jabba, he'd have fed you to his menagerie.
Please. Speak freely.
So he's going to be the new benevolent crime boss on Tatooine. And that's all well and good, but the true The true question that we have is, how the hell did he get out of the Sarlacc pit? That's what we need to know. Well, as you saw if you saw the show, Mandalorian Season 2, his armor was damaged quite a bit when they found him. So, yeah, we'll find out. I'm sure they'll do some flashbacks and let us know. But you go online, you can watch that Book of Boba Fett trailer right now. December 29th on Disney+. Now, a couple of related items in that you have to remember that when a big corporation, entertainment corporation, says we're releasing movies, they don't necessarily always mean that. Because we were promised South Park movies coming to HBO Max. You remember that?
Yeah.
South Park through 2027, and part of the deal involved what was in the press release as 14 mysterious new movies that would arrive on Paramount Plus's streaming service, not HBO Max, excuse me, Paramount Plus. And so finally, one of the boys, Trey Parker, started talking about these specials because the first one is coming up here at the end of November, scheduled. It will be called, November 25th. It's called South Park Post-COVID. And he says, the boys are dealing with a post-COVID world, just trying to get back to normal. So it's like our show. We're just trying to get back to normal. The second film will arrive in December, with 2 more arriving during each of the next years. And he says, we're trying to make what's on Paramount Plus different from anywhere else. So hour-long made-for-TV movies is where our head is at. We'll do 2 made-for-TV movies every year, and they will be big, but they won't be quite on a movie scale. He said, with Viacom, we realized that we could make them as long or as short as we needed, and then they went and called them all movies.
Oh, so it makes it sound like more of an event.
Yeah.
But
he said, they are the ones who said that we were giving them 14 movies in 7 years. All I can say for me personally, I'm 52 years old, and I've made 3 movies in my lifetime, so you do the math.
How about just calling them episodes? Can't they just call them
just call them long episodes. Shows. Same with the Venture Brothers. We were promised a Venture Brothers movie. Well, Jackson Public, who's one of the co-creators of the Venture Brothers, tweeted the first page of the Venture Brothers script dubbed long-form special. So he's not calling it a movie either, but we are getting a Venture Brothers long-form special coming up. And finally there's been this Brendan Fraser renaissance. You may not have noticed.
Yeah, I have noticed.
The Brendan Fraser renaissance is on, and he's on Doom Patrol, which is a great little show on HBO Max if you like the superhero shows, but he's going full-fledged. He's going to be a superhero villain, a super villain, coming to Batgirl. Batgirl is going to be a movie for HBO Max. It's going to be out sometime in 2022. And Brendan Fraser has signed on as the villain, Firefly, who's a pyromaniac.
Forgive me, is this animated or is that
live action?
Okay.
Live action. They have cast Batgirl is Leslie Grace. And you've got, it's directed by a couple of guys who did Bad Boys for Life. The script is from Birds of Prey screenwriter Christina Hodson, and it will feature J.K. Simmons returning as Commissioner Gordon in this thing. So there you go. It'll be fun. Brendan Fraser as Firefly. All right, traffic, please, Gina.
A friend of the program says accident southbound I-15 between Hill Air Force exit and Layton Parkway. All lanes affected. Thank you, whoever sent that in. I'm not sure if it's this same issue that UDOT's telling us about. Crash southbound I-15 milepost 331 at Church Street in Layton. They're saying that one is off to the left shoulder. Crash northbound I-15 27 South in South Salt Lake. The center lane is blocked there. And a vehicle on fire southbound I-15. This is in Box Elder County, milepost 387. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986, and I will happily pass it along. X96 is happy to support the IFA Animal Food Drive. Pick up some pet food or livestock feed at your local IFA, and you can help local animals in need. Get details at ifacountrystores.com.
Coming up right after these messages, we have our next keyword, our next code word in our $1,000 a day cash bribe giveaway. Be ready for that. Stand by. Get your text machine out. Get ready to go. Hoops Vision Correction.
You know, I was out at Hoops Vision on Friday, and I saw Dr. Hoops Sr. I hadn't seen him for a really long time.
Oh, how is he?
Well, he had a knife through his head. They are Halloween crazy at Hoops Vision. He had a big butcher knife all through his head, and he was judging the jack-o'-lantern carving contest that they have for employees, and he was great. He was just great. If you go to Hoops Vision, you kind of become part of the family, because you go back for various checkups and so forth, and they get to know you, and they're really a great group of people, all of them at Hoops Vision. Right now, with your VIP consultation, that's free. Book it now to get laser or LASIK surgery so you can get rid of your glasses, contact lenses. You can get $800 off. Book it today. 877-30 LASIK is the phone number, or go to hoopsvision.com.
Mass. Mass. Spell it with me now. M-A-S-S. And now we'll use it in some dialogue, starring as our two Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. Let's listen to the boys as they cut through Temple Square on their way to JB's for the breakfast buffet. Again, the word is Mass.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. It's a beautiful morning for a breakfast buffet at JB's, ain't it, LeVar?
Any morning is a beautiful morning when breakfast is all you can eat for one low price and when your best bud is buying.
Oh, what a beautiful... Okay, what? I thought it was your turn to buy.
No. I bought the last breakfast we had together down to the Circle K, remember? The chocolate milk and the Hostess pies.
Oh, right. I guess it is my turn to buy. Whew, Temple Square sure ain't as busy today as it gets during the general conference, is it?
Oh, you said it.
But during conference, you sure can see that this church is the fastest growing religion in the world, huh? Of course, the Catholics are the biggest religion.
Catholics, Mass? There's more of them Islamics and Hare Krishnas than there are Catholics.
I meant Christian religions. You know what a Christian is, don't you, LeVar?
Well, of course I know, LeGrand. I myself am a White Angler Sexton Protestant. You know, a WASP.
A WASP, Mass. You're a Mormon like me.
Well, sure I am, but I'm also a WASP. Look. I like fishing for whitefish, hence I'm a white angler. I'm a hit with the ladies, you know, so that's a sexton. And I ain't paid my taxes in over 20 years. I'm a tax protestant, a WASP.
Tax protestant, Mass. You, my friend, are just too cheap to pay your tax.
Ow! Hey, what happened there, LeGrand? You okay?
I tripped on that crack in the sidewalk. I almost fell on my ass.
for the next keyword in the 1K a day cash bribe. I'm going to give you a keyword right now, and you're going to text it to 33986 for your chance to win $1,000. Every day we're doing this. And the more keywords you get and the more times you text them in throughout the day, the better your chance of winning. So hopefully you got the one at 7 a.m. You're going to get this one from us at 9. Then throughout the day, 11, 1, 3, 5. There's a different keyword all those times. You should do it all those times, too. Get that $1,000. The keyword for this hour is rent. R-E-N-T, rent. Text that to 33986.
Well, that was easy.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and hit that, Katie. And
The
let's,
following is a sponsored feature.
Let's get Darren on the phone.
Yep. And
Darren
it's-
from the stateroom.
And it's brought to you by the Stateroom Presents, bringing you concert experiences at the Stateroom, Commonwealth Room, Eccles Theater, more. Check them out at thestatepresents.com.
All right.
Hi, Darren.
Hi. How you guys doing today?
Good. Darren, I'm just looking, I just went to the stateroompresents.com, and I'm looking down this list of things that are happening over the next, I'd say, 2 or 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where, do you ever sleep when this is going on?
I hibernated for the past year and a half.
So you got plenty of wake time now, huh?
Yes, I'm waking up, hungry for concerts, and hopefully other people are too. But yeah, I'm taking a look at it myself, and
it's a lot of stuff.
Smack in the face. There's a lot of stuff going on in November.
Like tomorrow night. Now, I'm not a particular country music aficionado, but I believe Brandy Clark is quite popular. Is she not in that venue or in that genre?
Yeah, she is definitely sort of on a trajectory right now. She's been a pretty impressive songwriter for a lot of huge artists like Miranda Lambert and Leanne Rimes and Sheryl Crow and on, and has actually garnered 6 Grammy nominations. But she's breaking out on her own as a lot of these songwriters do, and it should be a fun show. We're close to sold out, and this is one that's been rescheduled about umpteen times from, I think the first date was April of 2020, and we all know what happened then.
Yeah.
And so we're excited to actually get the show done and see the show. And I'm sure she's pretty excited about it as well.
Yeah, I know you've got David Sedaris coming up at the Eccles Theater November 17th.
Yeah.
Have you dealt with him before? Have you met him? And
yeah.
What's he like just to deal with behind the scenes?
I love him.
He is pretty funny and pretty personable. Just like what you see on the stage is really, there's no filter or anything different off the stage. He's just, I can only imagine what those Sedaris family holidays are like, with Amy Sedaris and David Sedaris. And, my wife has his new book, and she reads it in the morning when she wakes up, and then she's just like audibly, randomly laughing. I'm like, what is going on with you?
Yeah.
So, the guy's got some skills, and
yes, he does.
It's a really fun show.
You know what he does? That's on the 12th, I think. 17th?
17th of November, yeah.
You know what David Sedaris does? So he lives in Paris with Hugh, and what he does kind of on a daily basis, he goes for these long walks and picks up litter.
Like he has a little grabber thing.
Yeah, and that's what he does. You just I go around the city.
Know that.
Yeah, he goes around the city and picks up litter. I thought that's very nice. Yeah,
good for him.
What can you tell me about? So there are bands here and people that I don't know. What can you tell me about Nurse Blake?
That's a comedy show, isn't it?
Yep. Comedy show. Really sort of a health industry comedy show. So I think anybody who has worked in a hospital environment, who's a nurse, who's a PT, whatever, that show is going to probably make you barf from laughing so hard.
That's November 10th at the State Room.
November 10th at the Rose. It's actually at the Rose Wagner.
Okay.
If you've never been there, which I know you have, Bill.
Yeah, I have.
It's a really cool 500-seat theater. So it is like about the size of the State Room Commonwealth Room, but it's a legitimate theater.
Yeah, it's Gina did Vagina Monologues there.
I did.
And Carrie, Gina, and I have done some stuff for Plan B there before.
Yes.
As well.
That's
so
a
you
fun
got,
little theater. I like that theater.
It is, yeah. So you got Anderson East, Twiddle, Corey Wong, and the Wong Notes.
Corey Wong is from the band Voltpec, if you heard of them. Kind of like this nerd funk LA thing, and Corey's got some mad skills, and it's like a 10-piece band, so that's going to be super fun Saturday night.
You got the infamous String Dusters. You got Heartless Bastards.
Alton Brown Live coming up. Alton Brown by at the end of the month there.
And one more night for Hassan Minaj, it looks like.
Yeah, November 19th. We actually had Hassan Minaj at the State Room about 4 years ago, so kind of cool to see him, coming back and being at the Eccles about 10 times the size. And, if you don't know him, he's a pretty funny, creative comedian and started off on The Daily Show with Jon Stewart. And
he's very funny.
That should be a really good show. Yeah.
Very observant.
So we're talking about all these shows, and there's just, as they say, but it's really true, there is probably something for everybody.
Oh, yeah.
No matter what kind of music you like or comedy, the State Room presents.com. You go there, you look down the list of shows. There's a little button there that says buy tickets. Couldn't be easier. I guess if you click on buy tickets, it'll show you whether it's sold out or not.
Yeah, most of we do try to keep that updated where if it is sold out, that button flips to let you know. But we're still coming out of all this fun pandemic stuff, and maybe still knee deep in it. And so there's tickets left. We have been having some upgrades done to the venues, whether it's through the heating and cooling or having additional patio space and heaters out on the patio. So we're trying to give people some comfort level in returning to indoor concerts.
Nice.
But so far so good. People have really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
good.
That's the best thing to.
Yeah.
I think that's and people appreciate that when they see that you've done that sort of thing. I think that puts you in good stead. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I mean we our staff is all fully vaxxed and it's been working out. It's been a good comfort for our staff itself, and then patrons have certainly been appreciative. So let's give some tickets away. What do you say?
Yeah. What do you want to give away here?
You tell me. You tell me,
Bill. Do we have any David Sedaris tickets to give away? Because
we do.
That would be a good one, I think.
Let's do a pair of David Sedaris on November 17th at the Eccles.
Okay.
If you want to do a little someone looking for something to do tomorrow night, like I said, Brandy Clark is close to sold out, but we might as well throw a pair out there.
Okay, it's Brandy Clark.
Okay.
That's a fun show, and then I don't know. You guys can pick another one if you want.
How about Heartless Bastards? Or Alton Brown. How about Alton Brown?
Okay.
All right.
Alton Brown.
There you go.
Saturday, November 20th.
Okay. 877-602-9696. We'll let Katie and folks in the producer's booth decide how those are dispensed.
There you go. Thanks, Darren.
Random callers.
Thanks, guys.
See you later.
Talk to you later.
Okay.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We have Boner Fight to determine Boner of the Day, a reasonable amount of news, all coming up. Stand by. X96. I don't know how it happened, but somewhere along the line, a rumor started that I hate kids. Well, it began to reflect poorly upon this morning show. Not just me, but on this morning show and on this radio station. Yep. So in order to combat this horrible, horrible rumor that I really, really hate kids, I've decided that it's time for a public service message every Friday at this time called Just for Kids. And I do this because I'm a role model.
Hi, kids. It's me, your role model, Kerry Jackson. You know, the guy you want to grow up to be. Sorry we have to do this, but I got to talk to you about a new high that's going around. Now, on the street, they're calling it chugging the udder.
Huh?
Tipping the teat, lapping the lactate, pastures new, chasing old Bessie, or riding the White River. Yes, kids, I'm talking about this new high.
Yeah.
And I'm here to tell you, you should never try to drink an entire plastic jug of milk in the space of an hour. Never do that.
Don't do that.
Now, I'm talking the vitamin D milk, not the 2% or the low fat. All right.
The strong stuff.
And it's got to be the real thing. It can't be that lactate. Don't ever drink an entire plastic jug of milk in the space of an hour, okay? Now, some say that it creates a kind of euphoria. Now, others say that the human body cannot possibly digest that much lactose in an hour, and it will just make you vomit. Be careful of those people, kids. Those people are called scientists. And as our president has made very clear, scientists cannot be trusted. Besides, they just want to keep this secret all to themselves. So never drink a gallon of jug in the space of an hour, because when you chase old Bessie, nobody wins. This is a message from me to you, kids.
I was so nervous to talk about it, Robin. I mean, they're so secretive, those two.
Oh, I know, Howard.
The only reason I knew was because I'd been asked to. They asked me to make a speech.
They did what?
Yeah,
Howard?
they asked me to make a speech, Robin.
Oh.
Evidently, I'm in demand. I mean, I'm very friendly with Justin, you know. I mean, I like him very much. I like him.
Well, I knew that you had his phone number.
Well, I really like him. I even said in my speech to them that if one of my daughters brought home a guy like Justin, I'd be pretty pleased. I mean, except for the SE tattoos. He's got some hugging weird ones, but except for the fact that I gave him a journal to draw in, and he draws pictures of dead zombie babies with blood dripping out of their head on almost every page. I said those two things might disturb me, but aside from that, Robin.
You said all these things at the wedding?
No, I didn't say those in the speech. I was miserable at having to speak at the couple's reception.
But you should have been honored, Howard.
Well, I was just worried about it, but I had everybody laughing. Everybody was laughing. They had these little tiny chairs. There was a table, and then when you sit down, and the chairs are like these little poofs. These little pillow poofs.
Oh, I love those kind of chairs.
Yeah, I know you do, Robin. That's because you got a big ass.
Oh, Howard.
But I love your ass, Robin. It's a big wide ass, and I know you like those.
Let's get back to the wedding,
all
Howard,
right,
not my ass.
Well, I'm 6 foot hugging feet. I'm a grown man with a skinny ass, Robin. I got a skinny ass, not a big wide ass like your ass.
Back to the wedding.
All right.
Did you at least toast the cup? Oh, this is going.
I love the Howard Stern show, by the way.
All right, it's 9:20 right now, and it is time for, well, we got Boner Fight coming up here in about 7 minutes. All right, so get ready to vote for Boner of the Day in about 7 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by...
Salt Lake City has switched to ranked choice voting for November's election. Instead of voting for or against someone, voters select candidates in preferred order. Want more information? Go to www.slc.gov/RCV.
It's a small tragedy. Edo Campiol, the famed owner, it says here, it's the first time I've ever heard of him, of the Italian restaurant where tiramisu is widely thought to have been invented, has died. He was 93. According to Luca Zaia, president of Italy's Veneto region, where Campiol's former restaurant was located in the city of Treviso, announced the news on a Facebook post. I extend to all family members my deepest condolences, he said. Campiol's restaurant, La Becherie, was long considered the birthplace of tiramisu, the sweet Italian dessert that became a global favorite at the dinner table. Roughly translated as pick-me-up tiramisu.
I like that.
Typically consists of ladyfingers soaked in coffee, separated by layers of an airy cream made by whipping together egg yolks, sugar, and mascarpone cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Do you eat tiramisu, Gina?
You answered that question for yourself just a moment ago, Bill.
Well, I thought maybe you didn't know.
Of course I know.
That it was mascarpone cheese.
I like tiramisu.
The top
people tried to trick me with tiramisu before. I said, you cannot trick me with that.
The top is sprinkled with cocoa powder, and some variations include the addition of a liqueur such as rum or Marsala wine.
Those are good.
I like them when they're soaked in rum or wine. Campiol has been called the father of tiramisu. I don't know if he had any actual children, but he was the father of tiramisu. Let's see. Bon Jovi got the COVID. John Bon Jovi got the COVID. So he's tested positive.
Is he going down in a blaze of glory? Is that what he...
No, but he is slippery when wet.
Okay.
Apparently
he's fine.
He was fully vaccinated. He backed out of a Miami Beach concert minutes before he was supposed to take the stage because of a surprise COVID test. What?
Well, they do rapid tests before every show, and lo and behold, the rest of the band was fine, but John not so fine.
Living on a prayer now.
Mm-hmm.
His brother took the stage with the bad news just as the show was about to kick off. Hi, I'm a Bon Jovi. I'm just not the one you came to see.
Jen Psaki's got COVID too.
Oh, that's right. The presidential spokesperson, Jen Psaki, has COVID. She said mild symptoms, and she's not traveling with the president.
No, and she's vaccinated, of course.
So Illinois Republican Adam Kinzinger has been in Congress since 2010, but became a prominent media presence after criticizing Donald Trump's false claims of voter fraud and efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Kinzinger was one of 10 Republicans who voted to impeach Trump for inciting the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol on the 6th of January. He was one of 2 Republicans to vote in favor of a committee to investigate the January 6th attack, and was subsequently appointed to the committee by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Because of his stands, Kinzinger has found himself ostracized by the Republican Party.
Yes, because unless you're, in fealty to Trump, you're not a true Republican.
I think we are at a moment right now where People are putting their loyalty to party over loyalty to the country, Kinzinger said in an interview with the Salt Lake Tribune in Salt Lake City. Kinzinger served in the U.S. Air Force, where he flew missions in Afghanistan. He was stationed in Iraq. He said, to him, those countries demonstrate the fragile moment that the U.S. is facing.
Yep.
I've seen places that have been torn up by tribalism. Iraq, Afghanistan, great examples, he said. Friday, Kinzinger revealed he was not running for re-election next year. My disappointment in the leaders that don't lead is huge, he said. Kinzinger spent a few days in Utah working on some projects that he can't say anything about, he says, but he's kind of backing Evan McMullin.
We need more people like that, not people leaving office. That's makes me nervous.
He said these things before he left office. I wish he'd stay, but
it's like when Jeff Flake retired, and he's like, I'm going to say all the things I've wanted to say, and I'm leaving.
Kinzinger said these things before he resigned. I think now he realizes I might as well leave because they won't reelect me anyway at this point. Let's see. There was a man arrested who broke into the Ferrari dealership in Salt Lake. Didn't steal any Ferraris. He just stole the keys.
Really?
Yeah, I guess he just wanted Ferrari keys. We're not sure why that happened. A man dressed as a Joker in Tokyo attacked passengers on a train on Sunday evening. 17 people were injured as many partygoers were heading to City Center for Halloween gatherings. Police arrested the suspected attacker on the spot. A man believed to be in his 60s was unconscious and in critical condition after being stabbed, while witnesses said the attacker had spread fluid about the train and started a fire as well. No one was killed, but some people badly injured. You know that Florida woman who... she was a boner candidate last week. She did a sexy photo shoot in front of her father's open casket. Well, she's defending her actions.
There is no defense for what there is not. I don't know what you're going to say now, Bill, but there is nothing you could say that would make me think that's okay.
You'll love it.
Here's her. Yeah, you'll love this.
Okay.
Miami influencer Jane Rivera. She posted photos of her with her father's casket after a viewing last Sunday. While the photos don't show her late father's body, the photos do show her in several provocative poses with her hands folded in a prayer position and looking into the camera. She's wearing kind of a sexy, inappropriate for a funeral outfit. Despite the backlash, Rivera said that she didn't think she had done anything wrong. Quote, "I'm looking at all the comments, and they are just hateful and abusive," she said. "I didn't feel like there was anything wrong with what I was doing. You couldn't see him in it." So you can't see him.
Her.
And then she said, and then
it's
here's
a casket.
and she has more. She has more. And she said her father was an Army veteran who served in Afghanistan and would take many of her previous photos for social media before his death. So he was in Afghanistan, and he took pictures of me in sexy poses before he died, and so that there's still no.
Yeah, there's no excuse.
No. And then let's see, we got why are sloths so slow? Does anybody know?
They're enjoying life.
Yeah.
There's a traveling exhibit called "The Survival of the Slowest," showing at Swanner Nature Preserve at Kimball Junction. There's snakes and lizards and frogs and iguanas, and turtles, but everybody waits for the sloths. There are 2 3-year-old Lulu and 1-year-old Sash, and no animal on Earth takes its time like a sloth. How slow are they? Well, it takes a minute to travel 9 feet. To cross State Street, which is 130 feet wide, it would take 14 and a half minutes for a sloth to keep cross. Everything they do is slow. They sleep slow, up to 15 hours a day.
Sleep slow.
They sleep up to 15 hours a day. They eat slow. It takes them 50 days to digest a meal, which is made up entirely of leaves. And that's convenient because they live next to their food source in the trees, where their claws allow them to hang effortlessly on the branches, to hang upside down and eat leaves. They poop slow.
They poop slow?
Yep. So they do it only once every 2 to 3 weeks.
Whoa.
That sounds uncomfortable.
Because their digestion is super slow.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you.
They do other things they do nothing fast. Nothing.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, here we go. The winner from round 1, back in the 7 o'clock hour. This is a woman who was at the January 6th insurrection and riot at the Capitol. And she was in a lot of pictures, posing throughout, posing in front of a broken window. She was inside the Capitol. She posed in there. She's a real estate broker. And she used these photos to say, if you should hire me as your real estate broker, because you can see I'm determined. I'll sell your house really, really effing fast, as she put it. So she did all of this to sell houses? Jeez. Going up against number 2, the Ogden leak. There's something leaking in Ogden during the drought. Some kind of water is leaking from somewhere. A lot of people have reported it, and no one has done anything about it. It's been going on for months and months and months. That's number 2.
All right. There you go. You've got to decide between those 2 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. That's all we need in the message of the text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, November 1, 2021, and vote there. You probably won't see that box right away because we just put it up on the website. So refresh your browser, and it should appear. Click and vote. All right, you have until the end of these messages. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day.
Let's join Carrie and Bill at the Acme Broadcasting Company party at Rockport Reservoir.
Boy, what a nice day for a company party, huh?
Oh, God, yes. I mean, it's just beautiful up here. And you know, we deserve this, don't we?
I think that everybody on the staff deserves a nice party like this. I mean, we've all worked so hard to get this station to show in the ratings.
Yeah. Showing up in the top 35 stations ain't that easy either.
No.
Hey, look at everybody down there on the beach by the picnic table. You know, we ought to hike down there.
No, we can get a much better shot at all of them with our paintball guns from up here.
Huh.
Now look at Mario there. I'll bet you I can knock that beer right out of his hand.
Good shot. hey, they can't see us up here, can they?
Well, apparently not. Hey, listen, see if you can splatter the side of Bessie with a volley of that green paint you got.
Righto. Just about spelled my name. Hey, they're all starting to scatter and take cover now. What a great party. Hey, see if you can hit Sonny before she makes it to that tree.
Okay. Oh, damn, I missed her. You know, she's so thin, there's not much of a target there. Hey, what's Ed Acme doing?
Well, it looks like he's pushed over the picnic table and he's using it as a barrier. Get out your binoculars.
Got him. Oh, my God. That's a 30-30 he's pulling out of his knapsack. Oh! And it looks like he's got a bead on us, too. That was too close.
Godfrey! Jeez, everybody else seems to be packing heat, too. Look at that. Mario's gunning back at us with some kind of flare gun.
Whoa!
Gee!
All right, Sonny thinks she's going to hit us clear up here with that little pistol of hers.
Oh!
Oh, but Acme's really got us pinned down with that thing.
Well, then I guess it's a good thing I brought this to the company party, isn't it?
Oh, an Uzi.
Yeah.
Bill, you the man.
Oh, God, what a great party!
Hello, I'm Kerry Jackson.
And I'm Bill Allred, and we want to tell you about a brand new Radio from Hell product.
If you're a lonely guy,
Like us.
a lonely, hungry guy, then you'll want to rush out to your local supermarket, you know, the one where you never meet chicks, and buy Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners.
Lonely Man TV dinners come with a special pop-up picture on the lid. Just put your Lonely Man spaghetti dinner in the microwave oven. Then, after 7 minutes, take it out, peel back the lid, and there's a full-color photo of TV's The Nanny, Fran Drescher.
This spaghetti is delicious, Fran.
I know! Don't you just love it?
You'll never have to eat alone again with Radio from Hell, Lonely Man TV dinners.
Try the soul food dinner, and you'll be dining with Tina Turner.
The ribs are mighty fine, Tina.
Have some more black-eyed peas, honey child.
Wow, it's just like she's really here.
Try all of the Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners. There's Kung Pao Chicken with Connie Chung, the Mexican dinner with Rosie Perez, Wieners and Kraut with Claudia Schiffer, and the all-American Yankee pot roast dinner with Sandra Bullock.
And if you're watching your weight, try the Lonely Man Karen Carpenter dinner.
Gee, Karen, this carrot stick looks really good, but maybe you should have it.
No thanks. I ate yesterday.
You'll never eat alone again with Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners in the frozen food section of your local supermarket.
Now available at Reams.
Okay, let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part, I would say, by really a failed pork roast. But I don't know, it might end up being good pork fried rice. There's a chance that I can use it for that.
That's so unlike you to look on the bright side of something bad that happened, Bill. I'm proud of you. Well done.
Shut up.
And Scott Hale offering a $49 furnace tune-up for appointments scheduled by yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Call 801-264-HALE. Could you look at that for me, Katie?
Because I know the price was supposed to go up on the first to, I believe, 70. Well,
we will get a correction on that.
Yeah.
I don't have the winners yet, Katie. I don't know if they're having a problem there, but I'm thinking it's going to be number one. the woman who, the real estate agent, posing. That would be my guess, but I don't know. And Katie's putting on her headphones.
Looks like it's number 1.
Okay, number 1. Hey, I was
Correct.
just trying to sell a couple of houses.
All right, there you go. That is Boner of the Day for today, November 1st, 2021. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Go ahead and hit that for us, Katie.
The following is a sponsored feature.
And let's get Jenna on the phone here.
Hi,
shall
Jenna.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm depressed.
Oh, well, this is timely information.
I think I'm seasonally depressed. So,
It sounds like you're ready for today's topic.
what should I do?
You know, I can help you a little bit with that. So,
Okay.
with nights getting longer and the weather getting colder, seasonal depression can set in. But the good news is that there are ways to be kind to your mind, including through the foods that you eat. Research has shown some specific foods to have a positive effect on your mood by raising levels of serotonin and dopamine, which are your happy hormones. And so I wanted to share what some of those foods are with you today.
Okay, let's go.
So just to give you a little bit of the science behind why these boost your mood, there are certain amino acids that are tied to raising those hormones, dopamine and serotonin. And these following foods are very high in those amino acids. So salmon, poultry, and eggs, pineapple, bananas, berries, and spinach, seeds and nuts, and then my very favorite thing in the world, dark chocolate.
Oh.
I like all of those things except for dark chocolate.
You don't like
Oh,
dark
what?
chocolate?
No, I prefer milk chocolate.
Well, it's not going to help
Okay,
your
well-
mood, Bill. You got to learn how to like dark chocolate.
And then I'm going to have a nurse from Nightingale College come and take care of me.
Right?
It says here fermented foods too. I do really like sauerkraut and kimchi and things like that. So those help boost your mood.
Yes, they do. They're all helpful for your mood as well.
Cool. So now, I would prefer just to sit and eat to boost my mood, but you're probably going to tell me I have to move around too, huh?
Yeah, so there are other ways that you can boost your mood that are not through food, and some of those include exercise, which would raise your endorphins. Getting outside and getting some sunshine can help. Getting the right amount of sleep, volunteering, meditating, and a gratitude journal, which is a really great activity to start in the month of November as we come upon Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Meditation is a difficult one for me because I don't get the right amount of sleep. And when I start to meditate, I just fall asleep.
Well, sleep is my meditation, so it's,
I hear that's a common thing, so you're not alone.
Yeah. How much exercise do you have to do?
I mean, I would recommend 30 minutes a day, 3 to 4 times a week to start. That's a really good starting point. Yeah, if you can move 30 minutes a day, 3 days a week, I would be so happy.
Okay. Well,
Don't you want to make Jenna happy?
I live to make Jenna happy, so yeah, sure. I'll give that a try. Anything else?
Walking counts, exercise. It doesn't have to be super intense. You can always walk. That's the best way to start.
Now, writing in a gratitude journal does not count as exercise, though, does it?
Depends on how furiously you're writing.
Right? How grateful are you?
Yeah, that's right. I'll show you how grateful I am.
I'm more grateful than you.
Now, Jenna, I know Nightingale College they trains people to be nurses, and is some of this information available there?
Yeah, you can find information at nightingale.edu. There's also a really great site, healthline.com. Their nutrition page has a whole section on mood foods, which is really great.
Okay. Nice. And then exercise, you could figure that out on your own, probably.
Yeah, right. I mean, there's so many resources for that.
I'm going to guess you exercise, and I'm going to guess you do yoga.
That's a really good guess. I just recently started doing yoga again because I hurt myself doing high intensity workout. So
Yeah.
it's a little bit of everything for me.
All
There you
right.
go.
Well, Jenna, thank you so much, and stay upbeat, okay?
Thank you guys. Have a good week.
Okay, you too.
There we go. All right. Thank you very much. We'll take a break. We'll be back crawling towards the exits after these. And don't forget our contest is happening all day today and until further notice.
The 1K a day cash bribe, Carrie? Is that the
Yes.
contest you're talking about?
Listen on the odds. All right. So be listening for that. All coming up. Stand by. Manscaped.com is the website, and winter is coming. Now that most people would think, well, you want more hair to keep you warm. No, anytime. You don't need all that body hair. We just don't need it anymore. The reason I bring up winter is coming is because Manscaped is the ultimate gift, and they're here to change the men's grooming game. Now it says men's, but this trimmer is for everybody that has hair. I mean, come on. I know they want to sell to men, but honestly, this is such a great trimmer. Anyway, the men's grooming game, you can get 20% off plus free shipping when you use the code X96 at manscaped.com. Now, this trimmer is terrific. Now, there is the Perfect Package 4.0, the Performance Package 4.0, best in the business. It includes the Lawnmower 4.0, which is the trimmer I'm talking about, for anybody who has hair. Weed Whacker bottle kit, liquid formulations, all in this kit. But again, since we're talking about gift giving, it is that time to start thinking about it. You'll want to get 20% off plus free shipping with the code X96 at manscaped.com. Just go and take a look around their website. I think you'll find something there. They got all kinds of stuff there. They got body wash. They've got shampoos. They got all kinds of things there for you for your grooming. That's 20% off, free shipping at manscaped.com when you use the code X96.
Crater. Spell it with me now. Crater, C-R-A-T-E-R. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring that quintessential Utahn LeGrand R. Dunn and his son, LeGrand R. Dunn II, or LeGrand Jr., as the family calls him. Let's join them now as they stand in the line to see Santa Claus at the mall.
Now you remember, Junior, tell Santy nice and loud what you want for Christmas.
Okay.
But only ask for them inexpensive gifts that we already discussed betwixt the two of us.
I'm afraid of Santa Claus, Dad. He won't hurt me, will he?
Oh, no, of course not. As long as you don't ask him for them expensive gifts.
Okay.
You see that little boy over there with the broken arm?
Yeah.
He asked Sandy for one of them fancy video game thingers. Sandy has a lot of work to do at Christmas time, and he can get a little bit testy.
Well, how come Santa Claus gives us presents at Christmas time? I mean, Christmas is his birthday, not ours. We should give Santa Claus presents.
What? You think Christmas is Sandy Claus's birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, I knew I shouldn't have let you go to public school. I knew I should have kept up with that John and Vicky Singer home study plan. Christmas is not Sandy's birthday.
Well, whose birthday is it then?
Christmas is the birthday of Jesus Christ our Savior. And Jesus is the Son of God, the creator of the universe, and the creator of everybody and everything that's in it.
Everybody? I mean, did God create Batman?
Yes.
And Barney?
Yes.
And Coral Malone? And you and me and Mommy and even Santa Claus?
He is the creator of all things.
So I guess if God and Santa Claus got in a fight, God would win then.
That's it. We are getting out of this line, and we're going over to Temple Square right now. You have got some learning to do.
Yeah.
All right. Gina, you've had a question?
Oh, I thought Bill had a story, but
I do, but go ahead and ask your question, and then maybe I'll
Well,
do my story.
My husband does most of the shopping, and he came home with this yesterday.
Okay.
And you guys may know, or I'm hoping friends of the program may know, at x96.com/live, he bought something called banana sauce. Have you guys ever heard of
Yeah,
banana
it's-
sauce?
You put that on your banana. That's
But
he's gonna surprise you later on. You should not have been snooping in the groceries.
But so it's clearly not made from bananas because it's red. So it's
Well,
not like mushed up bananas.
That doesn't mean it's not made from bananas.
Well, what do the ingredients say?
Let's see, ingredients: water, sugar, banana. Oh, it is.
Yeah. So,
but it's
okay,
red.
so there's
Let's
your-
keep going.
There's Gina once again, the inquiring mind. Well, it can't be a banana.
Does this look like it's made from bananas? It doesn't.
It's got a picture of bananas on the label, and then I would go, I wonder what the ingredients are. Oh, bananas.
Vinegar, salt, onion, chili, garlic.
So it's like a sweet,
it's just a
chili, sweet and
it's just
spicy
a-
kind of sauce for your whatevers.
Yeah, what do you put it on? What do you do with this?
Whatever you want.
You could put it on rice. You could put
Ice
it on-
cream.
Yeah,
That's fine.
noodles.
Yeah, it's just a tangy accompaniment, sweetened. Yeah, probably it's a little sweet and tangy, and yeah, sounds good.
It's a
And he
product of the
probably-
Philippines.
He probably saw it and thought, I'd like to try that.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than, well, that doesn't look like bananas. So, you married a man with an inquiring mind so that
Yeah.
you didn't have to have one.
Yeah, I don't know that I will ever consume banana sauce.
Here's an odd story for you.
Okay, 9:53.
There isn't pumpkin in it. It's the spice you use to spice the pumpkin pie thing.
Mhm.
It's,
All right. So Gina, I'm always looking out for stuff for you.
Thank you.
And
aren't we all?
There is a video that Ozzy has put out.
Uh-huh.
And upon watching this, I realize this is the way that Ozzy should appear in the future forever.
Okay.
Because he can't move right now. He's having trouble with his neck, and he has to have that done again,
He's a sick old man.
He's a
Ozzy.
sick old man. He fell.
He's a sick old man.
He fell in his house and is having all kinds of operations to get it so that he can move. Right now he's like Michael Keaton Batman. He can't turn his head,
No.
But he released a video that's animated. So it's cartoon versions of him and Lemmy from Motorhead fighting aliens.
Who's dead.
This is perfect. I think you're right, Carrie. This should be how he appears now.
This is how they all should appear. All the old rock stars should just be animated.
A lot of people who don't watch us on Radio from Hell Television don't know this, but I'm animated.
Yeah. So this was a song that he did on his album, and apparently he did a duet version with Lemmy, and he never put it out.
Yeah.
But he decided to this time, so it's him and Lemmy.
This is great.
So it's him and Lemmy in a van going around killing aliens.
Yes. Yes to all of this.
And really, isn't that the way you want to remember both of them?
But Ozzy's not dead.
No, but you know.
Another stage, another town, another place. Sometimes I don't feel right. Nerves wound up, too damn tight. People keep telling me.
So there you
I
go.
love it. Thank you.
That's the way it should be. Is they should be remembered in animated form as opposed to the tragic. I mean, just looking at Ozzy, trying to move. It's just
No, he just shouldn't.
it's
I
just
think
sad.
I think we could all take a lesson from this.
Yeah. Should we all be animated?
Oh,
Is that what
yeah.
you want to?
You'd be easy to animate, Gina. You'd be very easy to animate. We
Hold
just
still.
Like that Hanna-Barbera animation from some time ago where it's just essentially still except for the lips moving.
Yeah.
Yeah. The torso stays the same and the legs move.
Your legs don't move.
No, see, so it's easy.
a lot of people don't know this, but Gina doesn't have legs.
She does not. She does not.
Born without legs.
I don't need them. What do I need legs for?
No, you don't. Yeah, you never had the
They're wasted on me.
advantage. You
They're
never had the
wasted.
advantage of having legs. So,
They're wasted on me.
Legs are
well, I guess that's kind of a double entendre, isn't it?
And
They're
they're-
attached to your waist.
And there are people in wheelchairs out there who are going, I'll take them.
I'll take
I-
your legs.
No, they don't function though. So,
yeah.
do we have a promo here?
We do, I believe.
Oh yeah. Wait a minute. Where is it?
And
Oh, there
let's,
it is. Okay.
Okay. Oh, hang on. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Coming up on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show.
Join us for the X96 1K a day cash bribe at 7 a.m., then again at 9 a.m. We'll have a keyword for you on the odd hours, so be ready.
And at 7 a.m., it's time for another Utah Word of the Day with the mayor of Mona, Don Criddle. And then at 7:45, our son Kyle will call in.
Plus at 8 a.m., which is, right between the 7 a.m. and the 9 a.m. 1K cash bribe, we'll have Jonathan Deasing here with the 3-Bit Gamer podcast and all of this month's gaming.
Of course, there'll be more than all that on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Oh, and also for Gina, well, actually more for your husband, it's the official Iron Maiden coloring book.
Just in time for Christmas.
It's going to be available December 6th, yes, featuring 25 album covers.
Excellent.
That you
he
can
actually
color.
would probably like that.
25?
That surprised me too. Maybe
They're
there's
all really?
Maybe there's some exclusive,
Yeah.
limited release versions or something like that.
All right.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
I think we got all business.
Yep.
We are
So
good.
11 a.m. next keyword for 1K a day.
All right. We are good. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I don't use my legs anyway.
Corey is next.